Time is 6:30. Tonight is September 29th. It's time for public comment. It is the time that any citizen can speak about any item that is not included on this evening's agenda. You'll have up to 5 minutes. The sign-up sheet is here. We have one on already. If you wish to not comment publicly and want to fill out a comment cards are over on the table to actually your right. So with that, we'll start with open comment. Larry Marvin.
Good evening, I'm Larry Marvin, and I have 5 questions. There you go. Okay, my name is Larry Marvin from 635 North Main Street, and I have 5 basically questions that are probably more rhetorical because you probably don't have the answers, but I want you to have the question. The first is the Dodge County Humane Society. About 5 or 10 years ago when we had some discussion, we had about $800,000 in CDs in the bank, and it was all secret and nobody wants to talk about it. And I haven't seen any reports about that. So is the money still there? That's a rhetorical question. Number 2 is the reports to the city that the fire chief isn't getting the reports that he wants. So my question is, did Chief Elliott ever make up a form that he wanted, present it to you for your information, and then you put that with your contract with the Dodge County Humane Society? So that's a rhetorical question that you can think about. Are you taking care of your end of it? Number 3, the other day I saw the Downtown Business Improvement District spend $750 on verbal talk. I didn't see any written proposal, any kind of a contract obligation. It was just verbal, and they agreed to pay $750 of our downtown improvement taxes. Those are my taxes too. And 4 and 5, who recommended to the city to hire the man listed on page, excuse me, on page A4 of today's Fremont Tribune? Because I believe we hired him and then we had to fire him. And then number 5, are you an equal opportunity employer for women applicants? Because there's some jobs I see that I don't think women are getting the opportunity for equal opportunity. So thank you very much. If you have the answers, I'll take it now, but otherwise you can think about them and have them for me some other time.
Thank you. We're now in open comment period. Anybody that wishes to come forward and speak about any item that's not included on this evening's agenda is welcome to come forward or to fill out comment cards on the table. We are in the open comment period. Anybody wishing to come forward and to comment in regards to any item that's not included on tonight's agenda is welcome to do so. There's also comment cards on the table if you wish to just fill out a comment. We do have someone online that would wish to comment in regards to something that's not on tonight's agenda. You'll have 5 minutes. Ramona Oliver. Are we getting her? Ramona, you're open for comment. Ramona, can you, I assume you can hear us. You're open for comment. Your mic is on. Again, Ramona, you're open for comment. Just a reminder, we are in open comment. We are on comment. Anybody that wishes to come forward and speak are welcome. They may speak on any item that's not included on this evening's agenda. We are in open comment period. Anybody wishing to speak on any item not included in the agenda are welcome to come forward. I know Ramona, you went off and you came back. If you wish to speak, you may do so. You're muted at the moment. And your hand's up. She is now. Ramona, you can have the floor. You're unmuted. Ramona, go ahead. You're unmuted. This is open comment period. We have about 10 minutes left. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on any item they wish in regards to an item that's not included on tonight's agenda may do so. If you wish to fill out a comment card, they're available on the table to the right.
Mayor Getchman, we have about 5 minutes here. I know this is open to public comment, and you've made it clear that nothing should be addressed that's on the agenda. I have something I wanted to suggest tonight, and technically it sort of outskirts some of the things you have on the agenda, but it is not specifically listed on the agenda. I don't know if you want me to wait and speak after an agenda item.
If it has anything to do with, it has anything to do with the agenda, any item on the agenda, unless it's approved by legal, probably are not going to be able to move forward. You want to run it past legal.
Okay, just did that. Okay.
Time is 7 p.m. We'll begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll call the Board of Equalization meeting of September 29th, 2020 to order. Time is 7 p.m. We'll begin with roll call. Before that, the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. Roll call.
Council members are present, Mayor.
Moving on to the first item, which is a public hearing. Resolution 2020 dash. Okay. That's what you had there. Resolution 2020-189 to levy a special tax and assessment against Jensen's PT West half fractional block 21 in the amount of $405.85 for debris weed cleanup, ARG Property Group, Inc. Staff, please.
Mayor and council, these two items for the Board of Equalization for you here tonight, they're both charges for debris and weed cleanup. We are asking that you approve the resolutions that would allow us to place a lien on the property and collect the dollars that the city put into the properties and have them cleaned up. I'd be happy to have answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-189.
Councilman Lakeman?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 2, Resolution 2020-190 to levy a special tax and assessment against Morals West 1/2 lots 7 and 8, block 33, in the amount of $592.98 for debris and weed cleanup. GOF House LLC. This time we'll have staff report.
Again, this is a property cleanup, weed debris cleanup. We would ask that you approve the resolution authorizing us to place a lien against the property and collect the amount due.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-190.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn the Board of Equalization meeting of September 29th, 2020. Time is 7:04 p.m. Councilmember McLean,
I make a motion that we adjourn the Board of Equalization meeting.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll call the regular council meeting of September 29th, 2020. Time is 7:05 p.m. We'll begin with roll call.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor. 8 council members are present.
Moving on to mayor's comments, we do have September 2020 service awards. The first award is Juan Navarez, 5 years of service. He was hired in 2015 as a power plant operator for the power plant. In 2019, he transferred to utility worker number 1 position. The second is John Gieselman, 20 years of service. He was hired in 2000 as a police officer for the city of Fremont. He was promoted to police sergeant in 2015. John was here. I don't know if he's still here. John, please come forward. Thank you for your 20 years of service.
Thank you very much.
Halfway through, I thought about social distancing. Congratulations.
Next employee with 35 years of service, he will not be here, Dave McCardle, was hired in 1985 as a maintenance worker 1 for the parks, then later advanced to maintenance worker 2, transitioned to a construction technician position before he became the parks maintenance supervisor. And the last is Steve Carnahan, 40 years of service. He was hired in 1980 as gas service worker for the city of Fremont, promoted to a gas superintendent in 2019. I did receive an interesting email today. Just wanted to share with the public and with council. I wanted to inform you that Fremont's been nationally recognized by Lend EDU as one of the most affordable cities for veteran home buyers. You can check out the full study here at lendedu.com blog, most affordable cities for veteran home buyers. Analyzing the most up-to-date data over 25,000 American cities, we found that the 1,000 cities that have the highest proportions of veterans and active military members within their populations. These 1,000 cities were then ranked, and according to each one's percentage of homes where the mortgage costs 30% or more of the household income, a lower percentage was more favorable. Specifically, 7.79% of Fremont's population is comprised of veterans and active military members. And only 21.62% of the houses in Fremont have a mortgage that costs 30% or more of the household income. These numbers rank Fremont 210th out of the 1,000 in the country and number 4 in the state of Nebraska. Congrats on the recognition. While all 1,000 cities found in the report have proven to be great places for all veterans and active military members to call home, the cities towards the top of the list, like Fremont, are especially great in that regard because they have also proven to be incredibly affordable for veteran and active military home buyers that are using a mortgage. Residents of Fremont should be proud of this accomplishment. Moving on to the agenda, the first item is a motion to adopt the current agenda for the September 29th, 2020 regular meeting. Councilman Yerger.
I would like to ask that item number 16, which is a motion to waive and suspend the rules in section 2108, be moved to the top of new business so that it might be applicable to any of those items that relate to the Dodge County Humane Society contract and the Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board issues that are on tonight's agenda, would be able to get a full hearing and discussion by members of council and the public.
Any other items? Councilmember Jacobus.
Am I unmuted? Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask that item number 12 be moved to the end of the agenda in consideration of all the other items. And it would be more in keeping with all the items that we have on there presently for Dodge County Humane Society and the advisory board itself.
Any other items? Councilman Layman?
Yeah, I'm sitting up here, but I didn't hear what she said.
My mic is on, thank you. And it was, but thank you for that. I would also like to see number 12 move to the end of the meeting due to the other consideration of items on there for Animal Control Advisory Board. And in going through those, it might be more in line with those rather than be partnered out on its own. So I would like to see number 12 move to the end of the meeting.
Councilman Layman?
That is my item, and I would like to not like it moved. I would like to leave it where it is and stand alone where it is.
I think we'll take each recommendation on its own merit. So far, we're moving 16 and then number 12. And we'll let council decide as we have in the past. Any others? So the first motion would be to move item number 16 to the beginning of new business. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to move item 16 to the top of the list.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second his motion.
Cast your votes. Councilmember Jacobus?
It was 4-4.
Next item is to move item 12 to the end of the meeting behind item 19. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilmember Jacobus?
I make the motion to move item 12 to the end of the agenda.
Councilmember Yerger?
Second time.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-5.
I would make a motion to adopt the current agenda unless there's any other changes for September 29th, 2020 regular meeting. Councilmember McLean?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Councilmember Coons?
And I'll second that.
Point of order. You didn't allow for any discussion on the consent agenda.
We aren't there yet.
Okay, never mind. Ignore the point of order.
Getting in a
Sorry,
hurry.
got my brain ahead of
And
what was
like me.
going on.
All right, so we're still on item 1. And cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-3.
Next is the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council. Will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless council members or citizens so request, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda, considered separately. Are there any items to be removed or discussed separately in regards to the consent agenda? Councilmember Jacobus?
I'd like to have item number 6 and item 7 removed, well, for clarification.
Councilmember Bechtel.
I need to abstain from number 4.
Any other items, either from the public or by council? I would take a motion to accept the consent agenda, items 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9. Councilmember McLean,
I would make a motion to accept the consent agenda items 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9.
Councilmember Lakeman,
And I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 4, Councilman Bechtel will be abstaining. Resolution 2020-191 to approve application for new liquor license manager John Fritz, Aldi, doing business as Aldi number 11, 3650 Elk Lane, Fremont, Nebraska. Any comments? Either from the public or council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-191. Councilman Lakeman,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-191.
is there a second? Councilmember McLean,
I'll second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0 with 1 abstention, Mayor.
Moving on to item 6. Resolution 2020-192 to approve CR Men Concrete LLC final acceptance of project of the 2020 pavement rehab project by authorizing the mayor to sign the final pay application number 7 and final change order. Is there a staff report on this item?
Dave Godican, Director of Public Works. This item is to close out our 2020 concrete rehab program. The rehab program consisted of doing concrete repair at a number of sites throughout the city. Original contract on this project was $197,622.75. The final work that was done, that was billable by the contractor, was $213,989.50, which results in an increase of the project of $16,366.75. That is the final change order. The final change order is just add up all the actual work that was done to come out with that amount. So that's where the $16,000 amount comes out at. The project is also, since it's finished, this action will do the final formal acceptance of the project. And we've paid the contractor $192,650.03. So the difference between the $213,000 final cost and the $192,000 final cost is the $21,339.48. So you're accepting the final quantities, which resulted in the $213,000 contract amount, which was a change of $16,000 over original. However, we're still under our budgeted allocated amount, which was $220,000, which is allocated annually for this kind of work. I know that's a lot of numbers and it's kind of confusing, but that's the actions that you're approving tonight.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
The only reason why when I called you earlier today to discuss this was because I had been asked about it myself. And I understood that it included the whole back in the 21,000. But I think with your thorough explanation here, the public also understands how those numbers came out in the wash. So thank you, Mr. Bergen, for a good explanation.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-192 to approve CR Main Concrete LLC. Councilmember Jacobus,
I make a motion to approve resolution 2021 to approve CR Main.
Councilmember Lakeman,
Madam Secretary.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 7, resolution 2020-193, authorizing mayor to sign Nebraska Department of Transportation agreement for transportation planning assistance to partially fund 75% the update of the city's long-range transportation plan and appoint Jennifer Dam as responsible charge. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the agreement with the Nebraska Department of Transportation for pass-through funding for the long-range transportation planning component of the comprehensive plan and long-range transportation plan update. The state is awarding us up to $100,000 with a 25% local match. So that would be up to $25,000. That would be the responsibility of the city of Fremont. We have conducted interviews. There is a team that we are ready to negotiate with, but the first step in that process is to approve this resolution, which allows the mayor to sign the agreement. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jennifer? Councilmember Jacobus?
Jennifer had asked us to be taken off because I had a few questions. One of them, what budgeted years do we have this 400,000 in there? And I can appreciate it says fiscal impact is 25,000. Does this obligate us to the full 300,000 in order to get the 100,000? And then in here, since transportation isn't your wheelhouse per se, as far as street, highways and byways, is there involvement of our city engineer, public works director in the decisions as this comes down the pike and what is acceptable progress on the comprehensive plan? I understand this isn't something going to be overnight. What budget years does the 300,000 that we're obligated to come out of?
Okay, so number one, this was budgeted over this current fiscal year and the next current fiscal year. In the conversations that I had with Jody, since we did not expend the monies in this fiscal year, they'll be held over, as I understand it, for the first year of the next budget cycle. The $100,000, we're not obligated to spend $300,000. This doesn't obligate us to that at all. It's just the number that was budgeted. What is obligated of us with this contract would be that if we expend the entire $100,000 for the long-range transportation plan component, that we would be required to match 25% or $25,000. The long-range transportation plan is a component that has to be worked through very closely with the Public Works Department. It's with the comprehensive plan because it is something that typically goes hand in hand with a comprehensive plan, so that the land use element of the comprehensive plan is tied to the long-range transportation component, so that we know what kind of transportation improvements are necessary based on the future land uses that we're showing in the comprehensive plan. And then that helps us move forward with implementation, where you would see the projects moving forward in the capital improvements plan and the transportation improvements plan. So it's really something that the departments would work very closely together on.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman, you're
Jennifer, so just to follow up on Councilman, am I muted? Just to follow up on Councilmember Jacobus's question about inclusion of the engineering and public works folks as a part of this creation. This specifically names you as the point of contact, but what I understood you to say, and I just want to be clear, the engineer and the public works department will be working on those local aspects with you as a part of this team, even though you're the identified party specifically in this resolution. I just wanted to be clear. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. I'm identified as the local charge because I'm the person who would be working with the Department of Transportation to administer the contract, to make sure that as we work through the planning process, that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all of the T's.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
Just one last question. This is for our legal, Mr. Jacob. Have you looked over this contract and have you read the verbiage on the resolution itself, on the obligatory language?
Travis Jacob, City Attorney. Yes, I have, and I actually spoke with the Attorney General's office with regards to the negotiations of the contract. We're comfortable with it and the resolution as well. So it's good to go on our end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-193, authorizing mayor to sign Nebraska Department of Transportation agreement for transportation planning assistance. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd make that motion.
Councilmember Jensen.
And I will second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to new business. Item 10, resolution 2020-194 to approve 90% plans and right-of-way cost estimate for the Fremont Rawhide Trail project and authorizing the mayor to sign a resolution as provided by the state. This time we'll have staff report.
Am I on?
Yep.
Okay. Dave Godican, Director of Public Works, Mayor, City Council. This item is a project that we've been doing the planning work and the design work for the last 6 or 7 years. This is for a hiking, biking trail. The trail is called the Rawhide Trail. It's in 2 segments. One segment will be on Linden Avenue, starting basically at Airport Road, where the Airport Road Trail is. It will go down Linden Road over to Summers, north on Summers to 19th Street. And then the second segment begins on 19th Street at Clemens Park, basically 19th and Luther. And then it will go up Luther Road and cross the Rawhide Creek. Then it will follow the north side of the Rawhide Creek over to Johnson Road and connect to the Johnson Road Trail. What you're approving tonight are the 90% design plans for the project, which are on file in my office. They're about 200 pages long. It wouldn't have fit on the agenda. So they were available for review and still are. And then the second item is to commit to the payment of the right-of-way acquisition for the project. On the second page of my staff report are the numbers for the project. This particular project is an 80-20 split, meaning the state of Nebraska Department of Transportation pays 80% and then we pay 20%. The estimated right-of-way cost for this project is $557,000. So the city's share of that is approximately $111,400, and it will vary for what the final negotiations are on the right of way. And then I included the other numbers that the state provided me with for the other costs for the project, the design work for the project, construction costs, construction engineering, and then the final audit. So the project roughly right now is sitting at an estimated, let's just say $2 million. So the city's share of that project then would be 20% of that, or $500,000. The anticipated letting date or bidding date for this project is August of 21.
It's not so much a question, Dave, about your presentation here. I think I asked this question once before, and I want you to just refresh me briefly if you could. So we're doing a segment of the trail on the west side of Fremont and a segment of trail on the east side of Fremont. And
yes,
when we get ready to do the connection between the east and west sides of Fremont, my recollection says that that connection is going down 19th Street.
That is correct.
I'm wondering if you can confirm that again for me, and what was said with regards to how that might be finished once we're approving these segments to be done. How do we complete that section on 19th Street, either sidewalk or street, to complete the process if we're spending money on these two segments today?
I guess that would be a question for future financial allocation, because that segment that you're speaking about, the segment down 19th Street, is called, the term for it is share the road. So bicyclists would ride down the street or ride in the street, and pedestrians would walk on the sidewalks. And as I think we discussed at the earlier one, there aren't sidewalks all the way along there. And I've driven that several times just to verify. And yes, there are quite a few sidewalks that are missing. So I guess at a future date, if we choose to do that, we would have to, at a minimum, have sidewalks built along there to provide for that pedestrian traffic, even though pedestrians still can use the sidewalk and then walk in the grass as they are now. But, things like handicap accessibility would not be adequate at that point. But that, I guess, is kind of a consideration for the future. Or the other option would be to build a 10-foot trail along there, but I'm not sure that there's enough room in there with trees and everything else, which you'd have to take out a lot of trees to make that happen. If you're talking to me, I have no volume here.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Their staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This is the, back when we first looked at this and you approved up to $50,000 to fix this breach, there was comments about, okay, we need to make sure that the city was going to contribute to this, that we would be in charge and making sure that the thing is going to get maintained correctly. And this is that agreement that allows us to oversee the maintenance. It assigns who's paying for it, who's the payee, and also who is responsible for the thing. The only thing we have left then is to get the easements for the project. Other than that, this contract will be the last thing that we need to do. So any questions?
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Over on the back page of the agreement, I guess it's in item number 4 of the agreement.
Which page are you on?
Well, the pages aren't numbered, so it's the agreement, and in our packet, it's the second page of the agreement.
154, okay, just a minute.
Under item 4.
Yes.
It reads, in the event of major future project repairs as a result of flooding or ice out damage, the partners will work together to secure available federal or state financial assistance. And this is my question, will also consider contributing local financial assistance as needed. My recollection was that when we discussed and participated in the rebuild of the dike work for the Rod and Gun Club, which is on private property, that there was some intimation at the time that the Rod and Gun Club was going to pursue 501c3 or other status that would give them availability to other sources of funding other than the way we approach the repairs this time. And this resolution doesn't seem to indicate that that's going on or that's any form of a requirement or contingency. The contingency here seems to be, well, we'll consider funding. And I guess my preference would be we consider funding assuming that they fail in their attempt to get what they need because we need to protect the city. But the primary focus ought to be they should pursue what they told us they would do the last time in getting the requisite funding so that the city didn't have to participate as heavily. And I wonder if that was discussed, and if so, why that's not inherent in paragraph 4.
You're right. They are pursuing to get 501c3 status. I'm not sure where they are in that process. Even if they did, FEMA would only pay for, I think, 80%, 75 or 80%. So there still would be some additional costs. Partners, you know, the partners are again the county, the city, the local Platte, and Gun Club. We would still have to come together to fund that share. But you're absolutely right. And the prerequisite is they will become a 501 nonprofit 501c3 or 501 whatever it could be applicable, so they would qualify for FEMA funds. You're right.
So my question then for legal is, and I don't know what the timing of this is, if this has to be approved tonight or not, but would legal concur in the fact that in order to give the city some sort of protection for that being pursued to completion, that should have somehow been at least referenced herein, even though I know they don't have it granted. I mean, they haven't, I don't know where they are in the process. They don't have that yet, but somehow being contingent on their completing that would seem to be important to us as the city. And I'd like that in there. And if we don't have to approve this tonight, could we get something in there that gives us some safety?
Possibly.
I would like that in there, and I can certainly add it, but it is still a negotiated agreement. So.
And the other partners have already signed it. Didn't I put in the staff report? I think, yeah, Dodge County and NRD have already approved it. So we'll have to go back if we make any changes.
Well, I understand they may have approved it, but you know, they're protecting the county and we're protecting the city. And I guess my concern is about our city ratepayers. What we have to pay for is our share. And so whether they want it in or not, maybe we can put it in with a footnote with regards to the city share or something like that, so that they don't have to reapprove. But it'd be helpful to have the city protected.
Yeah, taxpayers.
I'll work that in, add that in there. The whole agreement would have to be approved again by the other parties, but we can work to get that secured and put into the agreement.
So do we need to table this for tonight and bring it back in the next meeting for approval once you get this past the county board again and do the changes?
I would suggest that, yes. The intention is to add that provision.
Okay, so when we get to that point, I'll make a motion to postpone this till the next meeting, but there may be other comment.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
So if we can continue this, we can't just approve our end of it contingent upon that this is done. I mean, we've already committed essentially, I think, in July on resolution 127. I could be mistaken on that number, to commit ourselves up to 50 grand of this total amount. So based on obtaining the grant and NRD in the county, 50 grand apiece, and the Rod and Gun Club on the 12,000 plus left over, that's what we're actually obligated on this. And I'm in agreement with what Mr. Yerger said. I don't want to be obligated to anything further. And I mean, it leaves it kind of open-ended if we don't alter that language. And from my understanding of reading this was our agreement moving forward. And it wasn't to leave it open-ended. So I'm just curious how it ended up being somewhat open-ended. And our intent was to pay that 50, because I think all of us have understood that we were really spending a fair amount. City funds is a private entity, but the discussion was that they were going to become a 501c3 involved. So just kind of curious on why we weren't locked in at that amount without that added conditional.
There was language to that effect in the original draft that we had. I think it kind of got revised through the various negotiations, but we can stand firm on whatever version the city prefers. And of course, it'll be subject to the approval of council, but we can add that language and move forward with it.
Council did, are basically obligated for up to 50,000. I mean, that's what we agreed to complete the project, which they did receive the grant. So that's roughly 450,000 is what the grant was. And with the partners coming together, the overall project is about 650,000. The work at Lake Ventura is nearing completion. So the amount of sand that they've pumped onto the levee has filled the gap. And they are beginning to kind of sculpture it back into place. So every day that goes on, that levee is becoming stronger and stronger and getting back to something that is more protective of the citizens of Western Fremont. So the overall, again, what we committed to is up to 50,000, which is where everybody and the overall contract to do the work and complete the work, which would be now covering the sand with clay and then armoring with rock. That has been, that will be completed over the next several months. And then they can actually, then that levee should be before, late winter and early spring should be completed. So it is something, again, that we've committed. I believe part of this agreement also is to ensure the fact that we have a little bit of say-so in what happens to it in the future. Yes, we want FEMA to cover the costs in the future, so we want it to be certified. But we also want to make sure, because of the investment we've made thus far on the breach and those repairs, we want to make sure that we have some say-so in how it's being taken care of. And that's the other portion of this agreement and why this agreement is necessary. Any other comments? I would take a motion in regards to this resolution. Councilman Yerger.
Well, I have earlier requested opportunity to make a motion that legal counsel amend the paragraph For the section that we have for some state restrictions for the city with regards to the 501c, whatever work they're doing to ensure federal funding in the future, however that looks. And I don't aim to tell you how to do that, whether that's a reword paragraph 4 or just put some sort of note or addendum. But nevertheless, my motion is that we should amend paragraph 4 and table this item till the next meeting in hopes that the wording can be changed and approvals can be reobtained from the county necessary.
Brad, are you muted?
You will be around. Do I need to repeat that or repeat it again? Just a motion. Just a motion. You're still muted.
No. You're still muted. Lower left.
I'm getting there.
There you go.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend paragraph 4 of this agreement before the council approves it. Have the city attorney make the amendment that we discussed about 501c3 application or whatever funds, something to that to that end, and then we table approval of this item until paragraph 4 is amended and the county's had a chance to approve.
Is there a second?
Okay, you can postpone it to whatever time certain you think you need to get the county approvals. I'm not locked into to next meeting. If it takes longer, whenever you get it, and bring it back.
Councilman Ellis?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Councilman, back to record your votes. Carry 7-1, Mayor.
Next item is item 12. Councilmember Legban item, motion to dissolve the Temporary Animal Control Citizen Advisory Board, ACCAB. Receive the report on the findings of the ACCAB and refer the report to the City Legal Counsel to draft a proposal to the Dodge County Humane Society for possible action. This time, we'll hear from Councilmember Legban.
Yeah, first, am I on?
Yeah, should be.
All right, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone that was on the,
Brad, you got it. There you go.
would like to thank everyone that's on the advisory board. I know they put a lot of time, energy, emotion into this, and I'm very appreciative of all the work they've done. And an 8-0 vote, which means everyone on this council voted that we asked the Citizen Advisory Board to research, investigate, document, and make recommendations to the City Council regarding compliance by the Dodge County Humane Society with respect to the animal control contract, which they did. They have found violations, and they have since voted in a 4-3 vote to disband. I would like to receive the report and refer this report to legal counsel to draft a proposal to the Dodge County Humane Society for possible action. I'm not saying I'm for or against any one side or the other. What I am saying, any other way of trying to do this is reckless, forgets due process, and subjects the city to potential litigation. And that is why I'm bringing this forward.
Councilman Euler.
Yes, I'd like to take the opportunity at this point to Am I still muted?
No.
I'd like to take this opportunity to request that the council suspend its rules pertinent to section 2108 that limits debate and discussion on this matter and puts those rules aside for discussion of this item.
Is there a second? Councilman Coons?
I'd like to second.
Well, that wasn't a motion. Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second Mr. Yerger's motion.
So the motion to invoke the Fremont Municipal Code, Section 2-108-18, rule to suspend, Section 2-108-14, 15, 16 rules for all agenda items. Cast your votes.
Motion is 4-4.
Any other questions for Councilman Legman? Councilmember Jacobus?
I received a lot of emails and every one of them was copied to Mr. Legman, even though I struggled trying to figure out my computer because a lot of things were getting sent back blocked. I got numerous comments and email. I deliberately stayed out of discussions of the Animal Control Advisory Board. However, others, including Mr. Newton, did not take that same opportunity. We created this by resolution, and by resolution it should be disbanded. I don't see a resolution on here. And I appreciate that there are 4 out of the 8 that felt they wanted off, even though one of those 4 attended 1 meeting and another person attended 2 and had no input to add at the meeting. I can accept that they want the desire to resign, but not accept that we're going to dissolve this board. I think it's preemptory. The report itself is rather one-sided, and I think since all the reports weren't received as requested, there was more work to be done. I really hate to not receive and continue to receive the remaining of documents that were requested. And I can go through this and start reading each and every one of them, but Mr. Legman, you got a copy on every one of them as well. And I guess my question to you is, how many emails did you get that top the roughly 30 that you received asking you to have this removed and not consider this item? Because I don't know how many are in your ward and I don't know where people live. But to me, this spoke volumes because I got none of them saying, I think this is a good agenda item. I think it should remain on the agenda. I have seen and heard no support for it other than from yourself in your body of work here. And just to go on record, this wasn't formed in April. This was actually initiated at the May meeting. So your report itself, and I'm not sure where you got your documentation in here, in the bold print that we have here, and I believe it's on the 3rd or 4th page of your report under Exhibit A as in Adam. But it shows on there that this was formed in April when it wasn't. It was actually at May 5th, and we appointed the members at one of our regular scheduled council meetings. I listened when the the Animal Control Advisory Board came to our meeting, and several of them spoke. And they spoke very voraciously. And one of them that stuck in my head was actually Julie Kempenar. She wanted to know how many breaches of contract we actually had to find in order to find that there was an issue. And she was right. That took me to pause because I thought, well, you know, that doesn't seem so monumental. But in this process and looking at this, I got my hard copies on Wednesday. And I found it kind of interesting that some of this information was suddenly pulled on Friday's agenda. And from what I understand on the phone calls that I got, people are asking me how come when Mr. Newton replied to an email about documentation as far as getting quarterly reports, et cetera, per Mr. Newton, per the animal contract with the Dodge County Humane Society, section 16D, they are to submit an annual budget to the city administration. I have asked DCHS for copies of their annual budget for years, and it wasn't until this year that I got one from them. And then I will go on, Jamie Parsons credited tomorrow for getting the budget because they hadn't had one before. And as far as 16F, progress reports on a quarterly basis of all activities and functions from the funds of the city are received. I have not received any reports from DCHS, and that is from Mr. Newton, our city administrator. That alone is a huge violation of and a breach of contract, not to mention all the other ones that have been brought up during the meetings. So I'm a little aghast that we're at this point and we haven't received all, not we, the Animal Control Board, and I was asked to speak for that, had not received all the documents, and therefore those members that want to remain should continue. I don't necessarily think that they have to have additional members or replace. They're the ones who want to continue on. They feel they haven't achieved what they set out to achieve, and that include documentation. So therefore, I would consider that we do not have the authority to dissolve this, and we don't have a resolution on it to dissolve the Animal Control Board because half their members don't feel that that's come to that point.
Councilmember Jensen.
I want to speak to this too first, but first I want to clear something up with legal. As far as suspending the rules that Councilman Yerger was talking about, my understanding is, as one of the people that authored those rules, was that the 40 minutes of debate or 40 minutes of council debate. The people can speak for, it will take as long as we want, the people will be heard. Is that the way you understand it, the way it's written?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. I want to be certain that the reasons my supporting Councilman Lakeman's motion and actions here are crystal clear. I believe there are contractual and possibly legal improprieties that exist within DCHS that go much further even than what has been reported to us by the members of the Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board. This board does not and will not have the authority to compel the documents or the testimony necessary. The next step is to thank the board for their work for council and move this forward to council and move it forward to its legal conclusion. Business as conducted in the past between the city of Fremont and DCHS is not going to be acceptable. We have a moral responsibility in the way animals are handled, and we have responsibility to the citizens of Fremont and how we handle our contracts. If fractures are irreparable, then so be it, but we have to move forward on solid legal ground, as painfully slow as that might be. I'm infuriated by the way it appears some animals and some members of the public have been treated when dealing with DCHS, and I'm equally as infuriated by the way many of the volunteer, and I repeat, volunteer board members have been treated and disrespected. That's the main reason I believe this needs to be taken off of their plate and put back onto ours. In my opinion, DCHS will need to get its house in order if it wishes to continue a relationship with the city of Fremont, if that's even possible. Asking for legal guidance and expertise is the next logical step, and I will support that effort as long as steps forward to resolution continue to be made. This is not a place for this issue to go and die. Councilman Yerger, you've got an item number 19, which should address, submit, and get us some more of these documents and get the authority to get some of the things taken care of.
Councilmember McLean.
I would just like to echo some of the thoughts that Councilmember Jensen just stated. When this citizens committee was recommended and unanimously approved in May, it did seem like a good solution as far as the way to evaluate the contract and complaints. The committee does seem to have run into some roadblocks, some of them not their fault, in receiving information from sources. I went back today and listened to the August 25th meeting just over a month ago. At that time, Councilmember Jacobus discussed the goal of the Citizens Advisory Board as being to look at the contract and say if there are breaches, yes or no, period. Councilmember Ellis said when he moved to create the committee, He never intended it to last this long, and they needed to bring it to an end to get this wrapped up. And for myself, I felt maybe the committee hadn't been such a good idea. And we should move forward if it wasn't working the way we anticipated. So here we are tonight. We're back talking about some of the same issues. We do have a final report from the citizens group. It identifies contract breaches, which we asked for. I agree, maybe the report is not perfect, but it does get us to what we asked for. And it is now up to us as a city council to take the next step. In my opinion, I believe this next step is legal action. This is a legal contract, and we need to have our city attorney, direct our city attorney to send a letter to DCHS listing identified potential contract violations and directing them to respond with a written action plan within a specified number of days. I believe this is part of our contract with DCHS already. I think we have an obligation to do this. In all of this discussion we've had for months, never have we, the city council, put DCHS on notice that we have any issues with the contract. Yes, it's been in the news. Yes, it's been all over, but we haven't told them we have an issue with the contract. And we need to do that. It's just like when you're going to fire a long-term employee, you don't just walk in and fire them. You put them on notice. You say, we need an action plan to correct the problems. You give them a time frame, and then if you have to terminate the contract, you do. And I just have to say, over the past few weeks, I have seen some of the worst of Fremont that I've seen in a really long time, and it makes me really sad. I've received emails saying I'm corrupt, that I don't care. And you know what? That sickens me because none of us are sitting up here because we don't care. That is just some of the threats I've seen made on Facebook. This has gone beyond what this issue should be. This has become a vicious dialogue and it needs to stop. And we need to stop the drama, stop the chaos, and figure out a solution. We all want a solution. I believe that with my whole heart. We don't want these animals hurt, but I don't want people hurt either. And we need to really figure out a way. It is our responsibility. It is not a committee of volunteers' responsibility anymore to figure this out. It is our responsibility to put DCHS on notice of our issues and get them resolved. Thank you.
Councilman Coons?
Well, I'm not so sure I can follow up to that. I've been a volunteer firefighter for 34 years, and I don't think I could put your fire out, that's for sure. But I guess my biggest disappointment, I agree with everything you said, Linda, but my biggest disappointment in bringing this to a head is that when we created this board, each council member got to choose a delegate of their choice. And it was my understanding that we were supposed to allow the board to do their investigation and do their work and come to their conclusions with no input from us as council members. It was supposed to be hands off. I find the biggest disappointment that I've discovered that a couple of council members have attended meetings and have made attempts to email the committee and course some of the investigation. And to me, that's the biggest disappointment. I thought when this council was formed a couple of years ago, we've heard nothing but transparency, transparency, transparency. But I don't like what I see here. So I think it's time to dissolve this board, bring it to legal counsel, and let's get some things done. I think from the reports, the DCHS was cited by their investigation, and they took the effort to abate those charges that they had. And I think that's what we're intending to do here. So I would go along with dissolving this board.
Councilman Ellis?
This problem has been in existence for a long, long time. When I became a councilman, this was one of the issues that brought me to the seat. The first meeting I had as a councilman, I was getting issues brought to me about the DCHS. That's almost 2 years ago. It states in the contract for cause. We as a councilman, it's time for us to do something. I do not want to be known as a council that kicks the can down the road further. It's up to us. You know, we had people state that we can figure that we're going to get legal action if we do something too quickly. I believe we're going to get legal action if we don't do something. We as a city have let the citizens down by not providing good animal control. And that is something I feel like it's my fault that I've done this, that I've allowed this to go on. This has happened not only in the animal control, but also, as you guys are full aware of, the police station has been ignored and pushed down. The can has been kicked so far down the road that we've talked about it for 10 years. We're not talking about DCHS for 10 years before we do something. It is our responsibility as the citizens that have elected us here to do something. I just can't believe that we have got enough evidence given to us by this committee that was created, even though Michael, Councilman Coons, you stated that we attended. I only started to attend those meetings after the first meeting was held, and that meeting was pushed 45 days past the next meeting. That told me right there that there was manipulation being done on this Citizens Advisory Board before I started to attend. So we just simply attended to watch and listen what was going on, but there was manipulation that was taking place. So I believe that it is our responsibility tonight, whether we're going to get sued because we do it or we get sued because we don't do it. And it's our responsibility to take care of the animals in this city, and we're not doing it. We're letting people down. My dogs got chipped because of fear of my dogs getting picked up and not returned. I mean, case after case after case keeps coming to my email. I get handwritten letters from citizens concerned about what is going on here, and we've got to do something about it. We can take all night long and go through the report. As far as I'm concerned, we've got enough evidence. DCHS has let us down. Their board has let us down. It's not our responsibility to fix that board. It's our responsibility to provide animal control, humane animal control to the citizens of Fremont. And it's time we as a council start doing that. Whether we get sued because of it or we get sued because we don't, it's time to action. So I'm gonna stop talking right now so that we can let the citizens of Fremont voice their concerns as well.
Councilmember McLean? Any other comment from council? Councilmember Yerger?
I would just like to add to some of the commentary that I've been listening to, because this particular motion, which I had hoped would be moved to the end of the agenda so we could address the other matters specifically before we got to this point, but that didn't happen tonight. But this motion has a myriad of issues that involves the dissolving of the board. Not sure that that's legal and proper to receive documents that are incomplete and not fully satisfied with the charge of the board, and to refer something to council that we haven't even defined. So there are a myriad of outstanding data requests that this board has made from the get-go. From day one, they put requests on the agenda. They've added, even at the last meeting, additional agenda requests, many of which have not been answered. Half the board, although they weren't all present, it's my belief that half the board wants to continue what they were charged to do. The other half wanted to quit doing what they were doing. And certainly they can leave if they feel that they've met their task. I don't have any issues with that, but for those that want to continue, I do have an issue with us prematurely cutting them off at the knees and saying they can't finish their work. There's still a lot more to investigate, and that information needs to be placed into the public record. And that's what we challenge this board to get for us. Whether there's legal challenge to this contract or not, it's imperative that the board digs out the information that we might need as council and as the city of Fremont to deal with this matter. So, with regards to the meetings, I will admit I was one of those council members that attended and observed. I did not speak. I watched and listened at these meetings, and it was my observation from the very get-go that there was an attempt to slow down the investigation by slow walking the responses to the demands for information requested by this board. In fact, the frustration was so high at times it caused one of the board members to quit practically instantaneously for lack of information being provided to them so that they could do their work. That whole thing started with the initial delay in getting requested information from the city and or the Dodge County Humane Society that should have been in anyone's file readily available. I had a lot of that in my own file, but I wasn't the owner of said documents. But when you're asked for intake outtake reports, they're readily available at the city. To think that we needed 45 days to gather that information and the board should delay their next meeting by that time, to me, that was ludicrous. In addition, there were other indications that the legal counsel really didn't give the board specific sound advice at times either. Public was denied opportunity to speak at times. At the first meeting, they got an opportunity to speak after agenda items, just like we do here. At every other meeting after that, they were told they could not do that. They had an open public comment meeting at the end at one of the meetings, and the public was told that they could speak on items that had already been adjudicated by the board earlier in the meeting after the fact. I know that our legal counsel in this room has said, once we have discussed items, voted on them, they're done. You're not going to take any more public comment on those because it's been adjudicated. But yet over on the animal control board, they were told just the opposite. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it didn't help the fact then that the public didn't get to speak and offer items for the record that would have been helpful for the board. So I think legal needs to do their job and they need to do their job when it comes to discovery. I think it was said that, well, the board doesn't have any capability to demand. Well, they do, and they did, but in fact, the city attorney could have done that on their behalf and should have. And the fact that things are still outstanding now for all these
Please
months,
hold your applause.
all these months has not been answered by the Dodge County Humane Society, have been kicked down the road, and legal counsel has done nothing to compel them to respond. That's just not, proper in my mind. So I think adjourning the committee or putting them out of order at this juncture is way premature, especially for those that have the desire and the authority to continue. And we should not be doing this tonight. And those are my initial comments, and I'm anxious to hear what the public has to say.
Any other comment? Comments from the public? You'll have 4 minutes.
My name is Christine Greenfield. I live at 1256 North Clarkson Street in Fremont, Nebraska. Since October 2019, my life has, for all intents and purposes, been turned upside down because of the agency you contract animal control services with. My dog has been taken from me and wrongfully kept from me because of accusations of neglect. Both a police investigation as well as an investigation by the county attorney's office found this to be unfounded. I've had my dog go missing only to have an ex-employee come forward to state that DCHS had my dog all along. To add insult to injury, the morning she was quote unquote found, I've been given 3 different versions of how my dog came to be in DCHS custody on or around December 6th. She's been missing since November 22nd. One version provided by Board President Jamie Parsons was that Tamara Reed received a call in the early morning hours of December 6th that a dog was tied to a tree, and she went to investigate it with Cinnamon, my dog. One version is she was picked up as a stray early morning hours near Sat Brothers. And the third, the version is Tamara told staff arriving for work that morning she found her in the play yard when she got to work that day. Not one person has been able to tell me the truth, nor have they been able to prove any one of three versions. A few days after I was informed I would be allowed to have my dog back, I went the same day and paid nearly $600 to get her back. Upon later inspection, the invoicing of charges was found to be inaccurate, and both my attorney and the acting city attorney agreed I was overcharged. It was also found that the dates Ms. Reed was charging boarding fees were inaccurate. It was agreed that I had overpaid. I was to be paid a refund of $100. To date, DCHS was issued $75 from the city approved by Chief Elliott regarding that incident. Yet I have not received my refund from DCHS or the city of Fremont. At any rate, I paid just to get my dog back and assumed we could work things out later financially. The city board still allows this woman to interact with pet owners of this town, and in my opinion, rather unhinged. Because of this, my dog Cinnamon is still under the protection of Forever Home Inc. I don't feel safe having her in my yard and my home. I do not feel my dog nor anyone else's pets are safe as long as the city continues to utilize the subpar services of DCHS for animal control. I also have a bit of animosity towards the city's government, being you were all alerted back in October as it was happening that Miss Reed was wrongfully holding my dog. None of you nor the police department did a thing to advocate for my rights at the time. I'm insulted and outraged, to say the least, as I watch these council meetings and your most recent committee meetings to see many others have had similar troubles, and you still have all done nothing. DCHS was complicit when they did not step in and instruct their executive director to return my dog in October. I also feel at least two of their board members knew Cinnamon was there during her missing period between November 22nd and December 6th and did nothing. I believe they very well at least knew after the fact, because why else do you go to the courthouse and try to quash warrants for video footage and still have not terminated her or the other staff that wrongfully stole my dog and did not return her when I presented that many times inquiring about her. What is worse is I also feel the city is just as complicit, knowing all they know and are still not doing anything to pull this contract and find another solution for animal control. With all this said, I am putting the city on notice that my rights have been violated for the city's animal control contract, not once, not twice, but 3 times. I expect change in an effort to prevent this from happening to anyone else, and not just making suggestions to them as how to better manage the director, as suggested at the committee meetings. I expect the city to pull this contract and find a better solution. You either have to have your head in the sand or just don't care, because in your position, you have more than plenty to stop all of this from continuing. Your actions as the members of our government have been less than satisfactory up till now. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Go ahead.
My name is Gloria Yerger and I live at 2318 East 5th. I have some written comments, but I don't know if I can get to them because I have been so insulted, and I don't want to attack anybody. But the things that Linda said, do you know why people have put those horrible things? Because you see this room, there were 24 people at the last meeting, and Sean, I came to a meeting with 5 items on the agenda. She would not let anybody speak, but she brought Tamar and all of her people in and their parents, and they took time of the meeting, but she wouldn't let people that had concerns about the contract speak. And this has been going on the whole time. They put somebody in charge that she thought she ran everything, and people came to me. I wasn't on the committee, but I have a vested interest in these animals. I came to the city council twice before this there ever was a committee, because I knew the animals were not being treated correctly. And people came to me and they said, we have things that we want to look into, but Sean Shanahan won't let us do our job. That's why they came to the last meeting and just got up and spoke. I mean, I am just overwhelmed. And you've never had so many people come and be interested for so many times, and it's because of the things that DCHS has done. And we have tried and tried to talk to the Humane Society board and whatever her name is, what is it? Jamie Parsons. just laughs and ignores us. That's why it's gotten to this point. These people are so upset at the treatment and the things that have happened to the animals. We have where she came in somebody's yard when the woman stood there and said, do not come in my yard, it was fenced. And she came anyway. And so then she sent a note to Getchman and said, no, that was a lie. And so somebody, the neighbor that observed it, wrote in and had it notarized. You have to do that because everything that Tamar Reed has done, she is so vicious to the animals. And there's so many things that go on that we can't prove because she does them so sneakily. But with the information that you have, surely, okay, this is it. I wish you had not decided to take this agenda item off for tonight, but unfortunately that didn't happen. As a result, I contend this motion should be killed for lack of merit. I believe this because this motion flawed in many ways. It serves to prematurely terminate the council appointed board that was charged with investigating DCHS compliance and with the city's contract. That effort is far from complete because the requested documents needed for investigation have not been forthcoming in a timely manner, in large part due to stonewalling by DCHS or because of a lack or the obstructionist efforts of city legal and or the city's administration. Second, half the board is still willing to complete their task and have wanted to, but Shanahan would not let them because she thought she was in charge of everything. Just because she was the chairman, she thought she could tell everybody what to do. She wouldn't let them do their job. Oh, it's so frustrating to come and have to sit here and not be able to get up and say, thank you for letting me speak. Most importantly, this motion should not be passed because of its apparent attempt to put this whole matter in the hands of legal, giving them the task to decide what, if anything, to do. This decision is making this council's job, not theirs. This decision making is this council's job, not legal's. Every one of you were elected to represent the people in your district. And have you ever had so many people come and send in things? This lady here, what she wrote, you will not believe it. You should all read it. You got a copy.
Well, that's going to wrap it up.
Okay, please don't pass this motion. Do the right thing for the animals and the public. The citizens of Fremont have been doing their level best to be a voice for the animals who cannot speak for themselves about the treatment they receive at DCHS. Please step up if you care at all about the animals living in this community and vote no on this motion.
My name's Teresa McGrander and I live at 1825 North Keene Avenue. Linda, I'd like to disagree with you because I don't know why DCHS has not been put on notice. Because when I run my business, if I have an employee or a contract with somebody and somebody files an abuse charge against them, their life is stopped at my business ASAP. I don't understand. I don't understand why our legal team has not done anything to help us. Anything. Mr. Newton sends out text messages and emails advising Tamara and the DCHS of what is going on. Why? Are you not our employees? Do we not pay taxes and pay? Do we not have the right to stand up for our animals? Because you, each and every one of you know, and you've all got records from the advisory board that you all set up reports. Why hasn't anything been done? Why haven't any of you, besides the handful that come to the meetings that were asked to come? We'd love to see you there, Mr. Legman, and see what you have to say. So, I don't know. I look at you guys and I am disappointed in many of you for not doing anything. I heard a council member say, oh, well, the city's always had problems with DCHS. I have been involved in it for the last 20 years because of my mother. And never once in my lifetime history here in Fremont, Nebraska, have I seen a group of people come together against the city council, and against DCHS. So that mindset right there is a trap. Get rid of the mindset, get into a new contract, and pull that $8,000 for DCHS. And you yourself said, where there is smoke, there is fire. And you are right. There is going to be legal repercussions if nothing is done and the city council does not do something about DCHS. There are too many of us. We are not going away. We do want legal representation if it is fair. But is it fair? Are they being told what we're saying here at the council meeting? I will pull cell records. I will get legal action to pull emails from our legal counsel and Mr. Newton, so I can prove that it is not a fair agenda going on here. I don't know, but I do have animals here. And we do have people that will rescue animals and do DCH's job free, because we've been doing it for the last 5 months. So please pay attention and know there are repercussions for everything, including I will not put anybody on notice if they abuse anybody in my business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, my name's Deb Newell. I live at 1045 North William Avenue. Mr. Legband, I appreciate how you prefaced your agenda item. It explained it a little bit better than what I read. I had previously emailed you and asked you to possibly continue tonight's item until it could be discussed more. I guess when I read your item, I felt as though it was a quick, easy fix to just dissolve this committee and push this into some quiet lawyer's office and take everything out of the public spotlight. And a lot of these people here tonight have been doing for all of you mostly is to try and show you how bad these problems actually have gotten. Ms. McLean, when you say that we've had problems with them for years, well, then my question is, why has nothing been done? You know, and then I guess the part that I still oppose with what you proposed tonight is you want the attorneys to take action. And one problem I have with that is your advisory committee that you guys all chose, they work for free and they work many hours that seem for free. So now you're proposing to spend probably thousands to have a law office investigate some of this when we could still utilize this committee. The other problem I have is then why didn't you guys do that in the beginning? This isn't the first meeting that the community's had about DCHS. I mean, what was the final snap this time? I guess I wanted to, in open public comment, propose, and it's a little bit different. I at least want to offer this as an option. I do feel there is no solution other than pulling this contract and as fast as you can. But in the meantime, I feel moving forward so this doesn't happen again, I would like you guys to consider forming an advisory committee that has to do with animal control, maybe not necessarily to investigate the contract moving forward, but they would be the ones to receive your intake outcome reports. They would be the ones to receive your community complaints. They would be the ones to possibly review any appeals on dangerous dog ordinances or ordinances violated that we have in place. And they would then be the ones to work with DCHS and the public or whoever has the animal control contract to report back to the city council. And they would be held accountable for making sure that everything you require of your contract is being met, and maybe actually add some quality to the enforcement of it. Because clearly when you have a city administrator admitting that you guys have not received reports for however many years that are required by contract, you all were responsible for enforcing that contract. And clearly it hasn't been done. So I suggest you think about using a committee. And this stuff off, someone else doesn't come up. Okay, I'm just gonna stand here.
Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Barb Bushy. I live at 2037 East First Street. I'm not pointing fingers. I just have to have some clarification. If you should decide to dissolve the board, which I disagree with, what actions would you take on just the information they've gotten so far? Because that's incomplete. I thought, my understanding was the board had the right to request information. And from what I've read, they have not received near what they should have. So what would you act on? What would the legal team act on? What they've gotten so far? Or would they continue to do more investigating? Can anybody tell me that? I just, to clarify it. Pardon me? Oh, sorry. Can you? Okay. Okay, then I want it on public record that I think that what the board has been able to do so far is incomplete. And that's because they have not been allowed to have some of the information that they should have had. Pardon me?
All right, we need to have only one person talking.
Okay.
No
So Mayor
dialogue amongst each other.
Mr. Legband, Ms. Jacobus, Mr. Jensen, Brad. I don't know you. Sorry. And the rest of you. I'm sorry. I know Mr. Ellis, Linda McLean, Mike, I know you. Please consider this because their report is incomplete. And it's also my understanding that if it was the 4-3 vote was because somebody was not able to attend. And that's why they ended up with a 4-3 instead of a 4-4. So something more needs to be done. You can't just go on what has been received so far because it's incomplete. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joyce Stafford. I live at 1012 North Hancock Street. I am the owner of Gila and Gia, both pit bulls that were accused of being vicious and ferocious or whatever. However, I have a son at home who still does not understand why his dog is gone. Mine's dead, thanks to Tamar and the vet or whoever did it, if they did it, because I'm still waiting to know. I've asked for police records that claimed that my dogs bit people in my neighborhood. I've asked that somebody show me some video where my dog actually bit Tamar because I never believed it to start with. My son is special needs. He is my life and I'm going nowhere. And the crew that I'm rolling with is going nowhere either. We're not going to stop until we get the answers that we want and until something is done. There is no fixing the DCHS. The community knows it to be animal murderers. So therefore, I don't see how you can expect us to even think it's okay for Tamar to be even in there still. My dog's dead. I'd like to know, can we see a hospital record? Can I see proof that my dog bit someone? Then if you can't give me that proof, can you at least give me the proof that my dog's dead? Because at this point, with all the stuff I've seen, it's pretty terrible. And at this point, I don't know if my dog's really dead and just got an injection and went to sleep, which I would be more comfortable with than knowing that she got shipped off to some dog fighting ring or whatever. So I was going to bring my son here tonight, but also your elevator doesn't work and you can't get handicapped people up the stairs. So that's another complaint. I mean, the city's a mess. You guys say, keep Fremont beautiful. That's all I've ever heard since I've been here. Fine, you need the beauty. I think if you find the answers everybody's looking for, then maybe Fremont can be beautiful. And as far as for Mrs. McLean, who says that, you know, people are attacking, and no, people are very upset. Their family has been murdered. So how would you feel? Yeah. I don't think that what's going on in Fremont is a problem. It might be for some of you up there, but what I see is Fremont actually doing something they should have did since the beginning, and that's forming together and actually standing up for one another and being a good community. That's what builds beautiful Fremont. Not people sneaking, lying, coming onto your property, taking your animals, murdering them. This isn't beauty. So I ask that you, Mr. whatever, Mark, who has put this on the thing here to get rid of the committee, I ask that not be done, because for the first time ever, I thought that the committee was actually going somewhere, and that's probably why we want to resolve it, correct? Did I leave anything out? Did I get it all? There's a lot of us, we're going nowhere, so you guys should start going somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Teresa Zewick. I live in 1929 East 9th Street. I wasn't planning on coming up right this minute, but after I heard what you just said, I'm extremely angry and appalled. The laws of Fremont, I don't know what's right with the DCHS. My dog, one of my dogs was killed by a neighbor's dog, jumped over the fence, my private fence, into my yard and took one of my dogs and killed it. I visually saw it grab and kill my dog. It was a German Shepherd. Took my Pomeranian, beautiful Pomeranian, in its mouth and killed it. I called the police, we called the police came out and took pictures of my beautiful baby. Then the police went next door and got this German Shepherd, took him to DCHS. And I said, what's going to be done? Well, they're going to take this dog and leave this dog, see if it's vicious. Well, this dog is a vicious dog. This dog is a real vicious dog. So then we left. I was in mourning, of course. I left, and my husband, we left for a month. We came home. We thought the dog was gone. Then all of a sudden, the dog is back in the backyard. This vicious dog, German Shepherd. He's still there to this day. So I'm asking everybody, asking the police, what's to be done? Why is this dog back? I looked up the regulations, the laws in Fremont. Fremont says they're supposed to put a big 6-foot fence. They're supposed to put signs all over. They're supposed to cover this dog's not supposed to be in this backyard. This dog can still jump my fence. The police department told me, well, we can't go by Fremont laws anymore. We don't go that. We go by Nebraska laws. It sucks. It's really ridiculous. Now I'm hearing your dog bit somebody.
It didn't bite nobody. That's the thing.
Well, the police chief told me it's a 3-strike rule in Fremont. So this dog can come across now, bite and kill my other dog 3 times. You can come kill my dog, kill my other dog. So what is it? What is it? So Tamara can come and show these other dogs, this German Shepherd that has killed my dog. And she gives it back to these people. Why? Because he takes things too. Because I know the neighbors go and take food down there. Is it special treatment because he's got his dog back? But my dog is dead. And I know they have everything down at the police department. I know there's pictures. I know that everything's down there. So why was that dog released? Why wasn't that dog put to death?
Thank you.
My name is Wendy Pete, 13563 Margot Street. I come from Omaha. That should tell you all something. I've been dealing with cinnamon since October, and I come to every meeting. I sit through the eye rolls, the yawn, I'm doing my time till it's up. So whatever, some of you all, this 4-4 vote on everything, it's become a drinking game joke in this town. 4-4 vote on all animal control, 4-4. If I hear all this from Omaha, wake up, people. A snippet from the Fourth Amendment reads as follows: nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. In the case of at least Cinnamon, Bessie, Gia, and Keela, these owners were denied their property without due process by the agency that this city contracts to perform animal control. In addition, that in at least the case of Cinnamon, the executive director of DCHS was told by the chief of police to release the dog twice, and both occasions denied. The owner went to DCHS with a police officer, where said executive director stated owner would have to sue to get her dog back. Your culpability comes in by inaction each of you took back in October when you received multiple emails from myself and Deb Newell to inform you of this incident, as well as the proper resolution needed, what the proper resolution needed to be. By not acting, as well as continuing to make corrective measures and allowing it to happen again in the case of Bessie, you further the city of Fremont into a position of liability. Between November 22nd and December 6th, the dog named Cinnamon went missing. An ex-employee of DCHS has come forward to state the dog was at DCHS the entire time. 14 days. Did you all skim past that in your packets on the night of the October 5th meeting? The executive director of DCHS contends Cinnamon was picked up as a stray early morning hours of the 6th and prompted a letter from the chief of police. If the ex-employee states that Cinnamon was at DCHS this entire time, then Cinnamon was not in fact picked up as a stray on December 6th, which I feel would be false information that led to the police and city acting to yet again try to deny Christine her right to Cinnamon. This is one instance of how your animal control has handled one case in the town that is riddled with multiple instances of what I feel is negligence, abuse of power, theft by exercising control, provided law enforcement with false information, and in shaping up to even include violation of someone's constitutional rights. While you are all likely to contend you aren't in control of that agency, your inaction or refusal to solve this very serious issue is also your culpability. And your culpability continues to grow each time you do not take care of effective steps to fix your own very large issue. In case you care, or in an effort to keep you up all night, like this whole situation does me and many others, Cinnamon never made it home. Mid-December 2019, once released. Cinnamon's owner is too fearful that DCHS will keep trying to come after her. And she surrendered the dog to Forever Home Inc. To date, Cinnamon still is not home because it isn't safe for her and many other pets in your...
I'll have to ask you to wrap it up.
I am. I can't even continue. I don't even know if this matters anymore. You all don't listen. I've been here since October. Do the right thing. Do the research. Fix your legal. This isn't Alaska.
Donna Smith, 1305 West Military. I'm going to be short and to the point here. It was mentioned earlier, excuse me, that maybe they should be put on notice. DCHS needs some notice. They need, you know, give it another chance. When you issued this contract to DCHS, that was alert number one. When you formed the advisory committee, that was alert number two. How many more alerts does she need? Definitely, please, pull the contract, find somebody that loves the animals and will take care of them. I mean, for crying out loud, the public can't even get in that building to check on these dogs. You can't go in there and adopt. Pull the contract.
Any other public comment?
Rachel Tubb, 323 West 5th Street, Fremont. I just wanted to comment on this advisory board that you guys formed was all micromanaged by our own city administrator. There's proof of the documents that I requested from the city that I received that shows that our administrator, Brian Newton, was sending Tamar and Jamie Parsons everything that we were doing, everything that was happening. I don't know about you guys, but any investigation that I know of, you don't let the people know what's going on with the investigation. But our own mini city administrator wants to protect her. That's ridiculous. And you guys are letting it happen. How many times does somebody have to tell you guys what is going on? I have documents from the Department of Agriculture that is in your packet tonight that DCHS can never be in compliance because it was already found by Rick Hirtenbach, the Department of Agriculture, that records, they were wrong. They lied. You guys sit here and you let the DCHS lie to you guys on how many dogs. You think 122 dogs are in that facility at one time? Come on. It can't hold that many. You got Forever Homes being the ones that are helping, you know, with disasters and stuff like that. But you're not paying them anything, but you still want to keep giving DCHS $8,000 a month. How much more money of taxpayer and my money are you guys going to waste? Because tonight, even though we have legal here for the city, I have to have legal here too. And pay it outside pocket too because of all of this. Because you guys won't do anything. And I've heard that you're afraid of, you know, being sued by DCHS. Well, Glenn's right. You guys will be sued one way or the other. So it's time that you do the right thing because, of course, the advisory board is all divided because you guys are divided. I've heard Mr. Cook say himself, anything that Brad Bearder votes on, I'm not going to vote on. Well, you know what? Let's put that stuff aside for now. Come on. You guys can do whatever it is you want to do because there's obviously something major going on at the Humane Society that everybody's covering up. Do. I don't care if you guys are laundering money, doing whatever you want to do out there, but leave the freaking animals out of it. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening, Kathy Robertson, 1896 Luther Lane. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. I've been to the last few council meetings, and this is the first time I've seen all of you here together, and I think that's wonderful for this meeting. Thank you. I agree with many sides here. I think you have a very tough decision to make. I would like to see the most quickest resolution to this problem and to not let it drag out. I want to leave everyone with, excuse me, one thought. And I will hurry before my 4 minutes is up. Proverbs 10:12 declares, a righteous man has regard for the life of his beast, but the mercy of the wicked are cruel. This important verse suggests a biblical division of people into two distinct types. Those who are righteous and just are kind to the animals, and those who are wicked are cruel to creatures under their care. The story of Rebecca at the well stresses the importance of kindness to animals as a personal attribute. In this account, the patriarch Abraham, seeking a wife for his son Isaac, sends his trusted servant out to search for a suitable woman. The servant chooses Rebekah after she demonstrates a kind disposition by drawing water, not just for him, but also for his camels. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? June Westfall, you have the floor. You just need to unmute.
Can you hear me? Nope, wait a minute.
You had it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Verizon. Yes, I agree with everything that the girls have said to you people. And I guess along the lines, you guys need to remember who elected you, the citizens of Fremont, and you are to do or represent the citizens of Fremont. And the animals are very important to all of us because they are our family. And if you dissolve this committee when the three who were actually doing something want to continue, that would be wrong, very wrong. So I would say do not dissolve the committee. Let the three that want to continue, and then get rid of Tamara. She's a disgrace, and she embarrasses the city. And that's all I have to say. And that's it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Comments from council?
Mayor, if I may, real quick, I would just advise the council to move into closed session to protect the public interest based upon the threat and litigation. Yeah.
Make a motion to go or ask for a motion to go into closed session in regards to protection of the public.
I move.
Protecting the public.
I actually have my button pushed before Ms. McLean. So I'm just waiting.
Likewise.
Do I have the floor?
Councilmember Jacobus?
We've heard from several council members, and there's some very candid points that were made. Regardless of the issues going on to Dodge County Society, regardless of Mr. Councilman President, it's not our concern. It is our concern of Ohio. We have to get down on the road. This mountain of crap didn't just crop up. There's been numerous investigations by the Department of State, not just the recent one done in May, but they say the same thing. Cats and dogs need to be separated, intakes that are inadequate. Some animals are in too small an enclosure or cage. Inadequate water, rusty bowls, not enough litter, not enough food, etc. Numbers don't match up. These aren't new. These have been ongoing. And when I did go to Mr. City Administrator, well, there's nothing we can do. They have a contract, it's up to them to amend. When asked to go to their board, I was allowed to go to the board meetings. Public and excluded from them. They can't possibly have the amount of animals they claim on monthly report they don't have room. I used to volunteer there. I walked dogs. There were probably 30 people that would show up in the morning and 30 to 40 plus that show up in the afternoon late. They would walk those dogs, not just for 5 minutes. Some of us took them for a couple miles. Those dogs loved it. And that stopped when Tamar stepped in. And all the people that were there before are now gone. Why is that? There's no training for any of the employees there. And as far as any issues with contract, I guess the report that Mr. Legrand put in there shows quite clearly there are numerous violations. There are numerous breaches of contract, more than gives us the leg to stand on and say, you know what, enough is enough. You've had repeated time after time to try to remedy the issues that befall you. You've had reports turned in by the Department of Ag prior to May of this year. You've had the same thing in front of you time and time again, DCHS, and yet nothing was done to remedy it. It's the same thing. The issues of concern from the most current Department of Ag investigation does not deter from the prior issues of concern that were stated on those concerns. But we work to get our nose out of whack and interfere. They will never be in compliance. Period. There's nothing spurring it. I myself now lock all my gates. My house is lit up like it's freaking daylight. I can sit on my back porch and my front porch and in the backyard and read a newspaper at midnight because I am fearful that someone will come in my yard. I have 3 TNR cats that I care for. One is blind. I have licensed cats. I have licensed dogs, but I am fearful that those dogs are going to somehow be outside when I'm not home and I have somebody walking their dog and walking my dogs, that they're going to be gone and missing. Someone will jump the fence and take my dogs. I have, in this year and last year, had random animals in my yard. I will never call DCHS because I am afraid. This incident with the dog being put down, we don't know if it was put down. The incident with the dog recently on just 2 blocks south of me that was taken out of the yard on their property, went inside their property, into their property gate, and took the animal out against the owner of the property's permission because she had the right. She didn't bring the police there. In order to get your animal back, people have to sign contracts on things that are not true in order to get their animal back. And now here we sit. Who's liable if not us? And then saying we have to go into a closed session because of threat of litigation. Everything we do action on the council is subject to litigation. Every single decision we make. This monstrous issue in front of us didn't just get created overnight. It has taken years. And for years since I've been on, 2017, 2018, 2019, this issue is again and again and again. And it sure as heck wasn't DCHS that's handled on the hoarding issues. And it sure as heck wasn't them who handled the majority of the animals during the flooding or let the animals stay there for free or when they're in the service and they can't care for their animal. There's issues here and they're real, they're our problem. Every one of us. It was said tonight that we are elected that we need to act for those that put us in office. You're 100% right. Shame on us for not acting sooner. Had blind trust that this animal advisory board would not be interfered with by anybody within the city or anybody on the council, and yet that couldn't be adhered to. That was farther from the truth. I'm disappointed in our city administrator for his interference and the constant pushback and the constant tie-in and letting people know, other than the own board themselves, for the advisory board. Shannon shouldn't have been the only one getting an email. Tamar shouldn't have been the only one getting an email. It should have been their entire DCHS board and the entire
Time's up.
advisory board. Thank you.
Councilman Jensen, hold your applause. Councilman Jensen.
The only other thing I wanted to add, you said that this board should not be dissolved because
Brad, somehow there you go.
As long as I get recognized.
Okay, Councilman Jensen. Now you're.
Are we good to go?
Councilmember McLean. All right, now you're good.
The only other thing I wanted to add, I know you said the vote was 4-3. I was at that meeting, it was 4-3. I know one of the 3 that voted no is a yes now. They want to dissolve. They know this has to go to legal before it can get any farther.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I object to the question that was put on the table by legal with regards to going to executive session. So I raise my objection to that. And in part, I want to make sure that there's an opportunity to put something in the record that will otherwise not be put back in the record that was omitted from the Wednesday packet once it was reissued on Friday. And so for that purpose, I offer these documents for the record. I'd like to have them received.
I would take a motion to receive. Councilman Jacobus,
I make a motion to receive.
Councilman Ellis.
A second.
We have first and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Is there,
So we
hand those, is there more pages? So these are all the same that I have. I must have to go. How much we have? You guys have both?
These are the same documents that were in the packet originally. Okay. So, and was that running while we were doing all this waiting? So anyway, those are the documents that were originally taken out. I just wanted to make sure that those got back in the record. With regards to this concept that we need to move to executive session on this item, when it's a motion to do something that we've yet to even take up, seems over the top premature. I've heard a lot of discussion from the public tonight. I've received a lot of emails from people during the course of the last day or two indicating that this item, if not pulled by Councilmember Legman himself, ought to be a motion that we table. And to that extent, I think that's the appropriate action for this agenda item tonight, because there are several other agenda items on our agenda tonight for which there are items that need to be discussed more fully with regards to what were the findings relative to contract violation. And we have not even discussed any of that yet at this point. And I don't know that we're going to get into it here. And so if we table this motion, we'll have an opportunity then for the council to get into the other items that are on this agenda, adjudicate them as appropriate, as how they see fit, and for the public to further comment on any of those items that they came here to speak to tonight. Somehow prematurely going into executive session for the purpose of wiping off the opportunity for any further councilman discussion on this item and or any further debate by the public on the rest of the items, I think is more than disingenuous. And I would not support going to executive council. I would support a motion to table this item 12 indefinitely.
Councilman Ellis.
I'm going to second what Councilman Yeager said. I don't believe this is the time that we go into executive session. I normally don't like to talk to the council. I like to speak to the public, but right now, what we just saw was so emotionally wrapped up, and it wasn't because of them out there, our citizens. It was just because of us. Our council has not done its duty, has not taken these issues and resolved them. We've pushed this can down the road so far. We've ignored it. We've ignored it on advice from council. It is our job to take action and then get legal involved in helping us do that action. That is what our job is, not to push the decision off to our council or to our lawyers. It's in our laps, guys. It is in our possession to make the decision and then tell the lawyer to make it happen. And so that's where I'm at tonight. I will not vote to go into executive session. This is a topic that the citizens of Fremont need to hear. And so I will not be voting, and I will not be going into executive session over this. I ask that we do exactly what Brad said, suspend this motion.
Is that a second?
That is the second.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-5.
Councilman Lakeman. Councilman Ellis, you're still on.
I would like to now make a motion to dissolve the temporary board. They voted 4-3 to disband. They found violations. We know that. So let's move on. And then let's receive the report. And I'd like to give it to legal, and that is moving forward. Giving it to legal is moving forward so we can start taking actions instead of jumping the gun and doing things that will get us it's reckless and get us to litigation. I want to move forward. Pat against Newell had great ideas, but let's do this legally and let's move forward.
Councilman Coons.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I came into this meeting with an open mind to give everybody the opportunity to speak, so I can listen to what everybody's input and feelings are. Our legal counsel has obviously wanted to put more input into this, so I'd like to hear what he has to say also. I don't think we should be pulling the rug out from underneath anyone who wants to speak tonight. I think we're going to give everybody a voice. He has to have a voice too. So he's advised us to go into executive session. And I think that's what we need to do as council. We listen to everyone in the city and protect everyone in the city of 26,000 people. And he has more to say. And I think it's only right and only fair that we get the opportunity to listen to him.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilman Yeager.
I don't wish to second the motion. I wish to add some additional commentary before the motion is seconded. And
actually, you've used up all your time on this item.
I'm sorry, we voted to abstain the rules, I thought.
No, it failed.
Well, it's really quite inappropriate, I guess, because there are a list of findings well beyond the board findings.
This
That are
council
not-
set
that are
these
not in the record.
guidelines up and you need to abide by them. I'm just going by what council set up.
Yeah, which is exactly why we should have suspended the rule earlier today.
Councilmember McLean?
I agree with Councilmember Coons. I think that our lawyer has something to say to us and we should listen. So I move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a strategy with respect to threatened or potential litigation, and for the further reason that the executive session is necessary for the protection of the public interest.
Point of order. There was a motion on the table.
There was a motion on the table. Is there a second? Councilmember Jacobus?
I will second the motion to hear this through.
So. Motion on the table, currently laid down the motion.
Correct.
And then Councilmember Jacobus seconds laid down.
Correct.
Okay.
To dissolve the temporary animal control citizens advisory board, receive report on findings, and refer the report to city legal counsel to draft a proposal to Dodge County Humane Society for possible action. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-3.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, so at that time you can call and ask a quick question. 10-minute break.
Benson, yeah, please cannot go out.
Okay, so I understand you guys couldn't reply to my question.
Be cross, but I really gotta go.
You know why?
This is recording.
I want to just pause it.
I don't know who's.
You people need to be ashamed of yourself.
We're gonna go ahead and get started. Moving forward. Item number 13. Motion to approve interlocal agreement and agreement for sales and purchase of water to Cedar Bluffs. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. As you see in my staff report, we've been working with Cedar Bluffs for quite a few years. This has taken a long time. They currently have high levels of arsenic in their water. They have to be very careful to run their wells very slowly so they don't stir up the arsenic and exceed the state limits. And so they a couple years ago, they struck out and tried to find an alternate source of water. They contacted, I know, the NRD in Wahoo. They contacted us. They drilled a couple of wells, tried to find a better source. That didn't work out. They also looked at installing a treatment facility. That was an option, but that's very expensive and it takes a lot of maintenance long term. Ultimately, the village board agreed to come to Fremont and purchase water. And so when they took that action, we started working on interlocal. We also started working on a purchase agreement to sell them water. This is because they're getting a low interest loan from the USDA Department of Ag. The loan agreement has to be basically done in advance. And so they want to make sure that part of the loan is that they pay a very affordable rate for water. We can't charge an ultra high rate, otherwise they can't secure the loan because it has to be affordable. We've looked at it. We think we can get it there. They're willing. So let me start in the interlocal. So the interlocal just sets up a framework for the sale. It designates the city as actually owning, constructing, designing, and operating the pipeline to Cedar Bluffs. It will deliver a specific volume of water that will be agreed upon in the contract and in the interlocal. The village has to hire an engineer to determine what that volume is, what size of pipe. We stayed in there, they have to cease supplying their own water. Otherwise, they would continue and they wouldn't buy any water from us. They have to secure a loan to pay their portion of the cost. They have to enter into the sales agreement, and then it allows us to upsize if we so choose to serve other parts of the area. If you look in the sale and purchase of water, it establishes the water and the rate. Again, that's got to be done by an engineering study. We don't know what size that is today and what volume they want to receive from the city. They will own and operate the system past the meter. So we're proposing to set the meter at the village boundary line. And then from there on, they'll run their own distribution system as they do today and sell water and have their own customer water meters. It sets up the first year's cost of water. We haven't agreed upon that yet. I can tell you it's probably going to be close to what we do for SID Sunset. So that SID, we currently charge about $1 a CCF. So it's going to be in that range. It's easier when we do the cost of service study, and we'll have John Truchak, or not Truchak, but John Kratzky take a look at our rate, simply because we'll have no cost in the pipe. They're proposing to get a loan to pay for all the cost, and so you'll have no capital cost. All you'll have is just the additional cost of pumping that they'll be required to pay for. So that should keep the rate very low, and that's what USDA wants to have happen as well. We'll set up a connection fee the village will have to pay. We'll also set up some operation quality parameters. The term of the agreement, if you notice, is 25 years. It's a very long time to begin to amortize their loan with USDA. It's got an additional period, not less than 15 years for renewal. So it's really, in a sense, a 40-year agreement. Indemnifies and holds the city harmless from liabilities, the standard other legal terms. So if you look in the interlocal, the blanks in section 1 on page 166, those have to stay blank until the engineering study is done to determine how many gallons of water they want per month, what rate, what pressure, in other words, that we're going to deliver it at. If you look in the sales agreement on page 172, I'm sorry, yeah, bottom of 172. Again, the gallons per day, we'll have to calculate that, what rate, certain gallons per minute, and then what pressure. We're assuming in section 3, it's likely to be a 6-inch main. We're not sure yet, but it's likely that the size of water. They're probably about the same water requirements that we have in SID or in the Sunset SID. They're not that many residents. They're very small. So we don't think it's going to take a lot, but it's quite a distance. And so it's likely going to take a booster pump to be able to get the pressure that they need to get there. The other blanks is, like I said, in section 6 and 173, we'll have to look at the rate. We sell it in hundreds of cubic feet. We haven't determined the rate yet. It's in that probably that $1. We've told them probably in that $1 range, and that's agreeable to them. And then the connection charge, we'll set that. It's probably going to be $1,000 or $1,500, something like our standard connection fee. And so that's the blanks. That's the agreement. Their board met, I think, at the end of last month and approved this agreement pending their attorney's approval. Brad Holtorf is their attorney. We negotiated a couple of different things. He's since taken those changes back to the village council. They have no issues with it. And so we're proposing that we approve this simply because it's going to take probably 6 months to get the engineering done. They certainly aren't going to spend any money until we're in agreement to sell them water. Then they can move forward. It would probably take another year before it's built. So you're looking probably a year and a half before we'd ever get something like this done. It's quite a in-depth process to get there. And we actually haven't settled on a route yet. So part of the engineering study is what route would we go to get there to Cedar Bluffs. So a lot of work yet to be done. But this is the first step. This is the first step that requires for the USDA to be able to grant them a loan to pay for the engineering to start the process. Okay, any questions?
Councilman Langman?
Yeah, you might have said this, but who maintains the pipes and the pumps?
So we would own it all the way to Cedar Bluffs. And then we stop there and then they maintain it from there on. So the 9 miles, or whatever it is, it would be owned and operated and maintained by the city of Fremont.
Councilman Coons.
Yeah, I have a question for legal. In the interest of transparency, the USDA representative is my son's fiance. they share the same household. I go, even though they're not legally married and she's not a member of my family, in my eyes, in the eyes of God, she is. So I just wonder if I shouldn't abstain from voting on this. Plus also she's a captain in the U.S. Army and a combat veteran and a better shot than I.
Is she the state director? Because this requirement is from the state director.
She's involved in drawing the.
Yeah, she's been integral in this whole conversation,
Yeah.
and this is where we started from. I just didn't know if she was the state director that signs this.
Yeah.
Probably not.
But I still consider her a family member, so she should be abstaining from voting.
I agree with your interpretation of family member, but you would not be violating any ethical rules or disclosure rules by voting. So it's up to you.
Okay, so I'm more transparent.
Councilman, you're.
Just as a point of clarification, I'm assuming obviously Fremont has plenty of water and that's why we're negotiating this. So it's probably a good thing in that regard. I just want to get some clarity. You made a statement about the fact that we're going to own the facility to Cedar Bluffs. So all the pipes are ours and that we can upsize those if we choose. And, for other purposes, because we have somebody else that we can tap off that line and they can take water. My question is one of these that if for some reason Cedar Bluffs should end up growing significantly and it is they that require us to upsize the pipes for the demand load that's necessary to deliver, is that also at our expense or would that be at their expense to upload?
That would be at their expense. That's the dilemma they have is, you certainly would have to factor in growth for 40 years, right? Because if they're willing to sign a 40-year contract, their engineering firm would have to look at what growth do they anticipate in 40 years to make sure they size it correctly, because they're stuck with that. If they want to grow bigger, they have to come back to us and hire us. Otherwise, we're only going to deliver a certain volume of water for 40 years.
Right. So, but there isn't any, unless I missed it, and that's why I wanted clarity. I didn't see anything in here that said, should they choose to require additional demand load, they would pay for any upload versus if we wanted to do it ourselves, we pay. Does that need to be in here or did I just miss it?
I think the last sentence of first paragraph in section 3.
Section 3?
Of which agreement?
Of the agreement for sale and purchase of water. Page 172.
Top of 173.
Sentence is on the top of page 173. The greater pressure than normally available at the point of delivery is required by Cedar Bluffs cost shall be borne by Cedar Bluffs.
There you go.
Well, greater pressure, that doesn't necessarily mean greater volume, does it?
Anything greater than what's already provided for by the engineers in the contract.
You're comfortable we're covered both volume and pressure?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember McLean.
I'm not in Zoom. I was in the chat. I'm not on it.
Yep.
Yes, you're.
All right.
You're good.
So the booster pumps that you were talking about, those would be borne, the cost of those would be borne by them.
That's correct.
And then if we upsize the pipeline because we think there might be other use, and then they want more water later, we would amend this agreement somehow to charge more for that increased volume. Is that kind of the thought process?
We could, unless it takes a bigger pipe and bigger pumps. If so, your question is really two parts. So if we decide to upsize and we need a larger booster, then that incremental cost would be ours. Okay. If they decide to come back either and ask for more and would like this to be amended, that's future council's choice, and we'd have to charge them for whatever those costs would be to build upsize.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Mr. Newton, can you tell me if any of the communities along the way to Cedar Bluff have requested or have a desire to be attached to a city main from us? Because there are neighborhoods along the way getting over to Cedar Bluff.
Well, again, the route hasn't been determined, so there's two possible routes. People interested on both routes are interested.
So I guess my additional comment on that is there's a distinct possibility that we will upsize in order to meet those tensions. So that come on the cost of those homeowner associations or additional neighborhoods, or do we bear that cost initially, knowing full well that they're gonna likely come online?
So it depends. That's a good question. It depends on the engineering cost to upsize and who bears that. We do have an out-of-town rate that we charge, which is higher because of that reason, because we have to upsize current facilities to extend out. And so that's one of the things we'll have to look at. Is that rate sufficient if we hook customers up and don't ask them to pay some initial costs up front?
So the hookup fee for those types of neighborhoods, not inclusive of Cedar Bluff, would be similar if somebody within our own city limits or just outside the city limits requested hookup. They didn't install it, so they have to pay to tie in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Coons,
Make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement.
Councilman Lakeman,
And I will second that.
Okay, and approve an agreement for sale of purchase water to Cedar Bluff.
Councilman Lakeman,
I still second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 14. Councilmember Ellis item, resolution 2020-195, to serve notice and terminate the city's animal control contract with Dodge County Humane Society. This time we'll have Councilman Ellis's report.
I'm extremely troubled by how this evening has gone. There's a lot of emotion in the audience, and there's a lot of emotion up here. I'm not sure how this resolution should proceed. There's been talk of past agenda items of going to legal counsel or going to executive session. I'm not for that. I believe that the citizens of Fremont deserve to hear what is going on. If legal counsel knew that this amendment or this agenda item was on the agenda, they should have come talk with me beforehand, before requesting that this agenda be put in a different location or gone about a different way. So I'm just extremely frustrated, just like the citizens of Fremont are extremely frustrated with what's been happening here. Their anger and their bitterness towards us, towards our city government, is not their fault, it's our fault. And all I'm asking tonight is that we as a council start to do something, start to show them that we do care and we do listen and we do hear them, and that it's time for us to make our move. And so with that, I present my resolution.
Any comments from council? Councilmember Yerger?
Yes, I've been waiting for an opportunity to speak on this item for some time. And I'm going to start by indicating that board member Julie Kempenaar rightfully asked at the last meeting just how many failures of non-compliance contract matters need to be found in order for the council to act. And one of the things that I guess I wanted to make sure that we got to point out in the record that may or may not be in any documentation presented by the board or in any packet material thus far are these. There were some significant findings in the board's report. Specifically, they had problems with the intake-outtake reporting, issues, errors, perhaps falsified records, whatever, failure to provide services required by the city code and state statute, failure to provide services listed in Exhibit A. Those were some of their findings of non-compliance. Notice that there are other obvious violations in Section 16, which were on the table for the board to be reviewing as well. That is, was there a failure to provide annual budgets? Confirmation email, but they did not do it. Failure to provide document spending proof of every budget line because you can't rearrange your spending by budget line according to the contract. Also, confirmation that those were not received by the city. Failure to submit quarterly reports. Failure to submit contract completion report. Failure to follow state and local laws. The best example of the state and noodle law violation I can think of. It's fully documented in the packet material. The original board agreement timeframe, and again tonight, the original adoption papers, the original veterinary reports that say the animal was never spayed, the subsequent readoption papers for DCSX required them to spay them again on their own dime. I don't know how much more would be a state violation than that. And that's all in the packet, and it's been in for a long time. One of the things that the board was going to look at was not and the four forms were in order to the employees that they hire. I don't know that the information has ever been provided, but it doesn't exist. Could be another violation. So now we're at like 9. Then there's the inspection documentation violation. It's in the packet again tonight. Failure to spay and neuter, adopt animals by the inspector. Failure to record and euthanize animal counts correctly. And even the vet reports that were given at the animal control board indicated 5 or 6. The report the city had gotten said that there may were 0 or 1. Those, again, reports that don't coincide and were called by the inspection report. And oh, by the way, the inspector was called down before he actually got to complete all of his inspections of various financial and statistical reporting by the Humane Society. So that remains in question at the state level. And you know, it looks like for reports that we got that the number of animals on premise don't actually take out reports. And that was noted by the inspector as well, by those the animal control board that started looking at this. And then on top of that, there are all of the citizen complaints, animal refusal for pickups, the coming to property without warrants, assistance, the cinnamon case, the Keela and G case, the case regarding the dog that's taken off of property without warrant, and this goes on and on. And not all of it necessarily is the back material is certainly not in the board's material because they haven't yet been allowed to finish their work. Compile all that and put it in the report to the council. I want our city attorney to be aware there are a myriad of things outside of the document that was put into the record tonight in item 12. It highlights a few. I want you to know there are a lot more, and they've been uncovered, but not reported. And so to say, well, we need to turn this over to legal counsel to look into this. You need to be aware that there's a full arsenal of contract issues, violations, or failures here, not just 2 or 3. And that's the framework for why action on this item tonight is so important, not only to those in the room, but to move this thing off the dime and get to the point where repeated violations, they've been written up by the state inspections numerous times, all kinds of the same thing. And they fix it and they go back and they have to fix it all over again. We have to see those reports routinely. The state has them, the public has seen them. And those are disheartening things that you can get by with over and over and over again. Especially with us tonight to not allow the same with regards to contract breaches that have been over and over and over again. So I wanted to make sure that I got these identified in the record tonight. Some of which are in the back, others which could be if you allow the board to continue.
Number one to the animal contract is section A. It says contract shall be enforced in effect 6 years from the date signing through September 30th, 2023. However, either party may terminate this agreement or cause upon 30 days with notice to the party and no party to cure or correct the cause of the termination to the reasonable such notice within 60 days of receipt of said notice. Upon receipt of notice of termination, either party shall incur additional obligation without prior written consent. Basically, we can't terminate until they have 60 days to respond, is what I'm interpreting this to mean.
That is a factor that will go into the analysis without exposing any liability. That is a factor that would be part of the analysis, yes. I can't tell you one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
And that's why in my motion, I know there's violations there. That's why I want to do this the legal way to see what we can do, whether it's terminate or whatever, but I want to do it the legal way. So I wanted to give this to legal, and then let's move forward. To me, that is taking action. So that's why I presented mine.
Am I unmuted? In this contract, it states in paragraph 14 in the original contract, strict compliance. All provisions of this contract and each and every document that shall be attached shall be strictly complied with as written, and no substitution or change shall be made except upon written direction from an authorized representative. All provisions of this contract will comply with federal, state, and local regulations. The DCHS will provide proof of compliance. They have not done so. We have asked in the past for documentation. There's been investigations prior by the Department of Ag and have found the same things currently. It may take 30 days and it may take the 60. But I am wishing moving forward tonight and stating that we need a motion to terminate Dodge County Humane Society and follow the proper legal channels. So for that, that's my motion.
Yeah, what is, what?
The motion is to approve the resolution to serve notice and terminate the Dodge County Humane Society Animal Control contract. Following the proper legal channels as suggested. We have to do this everyday thing, but my intent is to follow through this motion and accept the resolution to move forward with terminating the DCHS contract.
Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
We've not heard from the counselor, from the citizen yet.
That's true. That's
So
true.
I asked council to cook this with Bowler's motion.
Thank you. I was being guilty of the very thing I abhor, so thank you for pointing that out. I withdraw for the moment.
Any other comments from council? Comments from the public?
My name is Gloria Yerger. I live at 2318 East 5th. Councilman Ellis's motion to terminate the DCHS contract comes as a welcome relief. The DCHS has been repeatedly afforded a pass on fulfilling the terms of their contractual agreement with the city, and it has gone on for far too long. They have been written up by the Department of Agriculture repeatedly, and yet nothing has ever been done by the city to ensure contract fulfillment and the humane treatment and protection of animals placed in DCHS's care. Moreover, there is a plethora of material documenting DCHS's improper taking dogs, their abuse of authority under the guise of animal control, entering private property where they were specifically forbid to by the owner, not treating animals humanely, and hiding animals. These issues, among other things that reflect on a lack of humane treatment of animals, have continued to occur over a long period of time. In addition to not fulfilling the commitments under the basic terms contract, there are municipal code and Nebraska laws that have been violated and cited. Adherence to these rules and laws is a contract requirement. When the state inspector from the Department of Agriculture came out and made his most recent review in May of this year, DCS was cited again for failing to meet the requirements of the state. The inspector's findings reflect DCH's director's overall attitude and her arrogance in all areas of providing humane animal control, treatment, and care which is required by law. I stand before you, the 8 people who were elected by the people in your board to represent them, and it has become clear through much communication and people complaints to the city and law enforcement and through the ACCAB that the citizens you represent want you to make the requisite changes needed to ensure the city's animal contract is followed. Remember, you'll all eventually be coming up for re-election, so do the right thing. Now is the time for DCHS to face the music and the consequences of their actions. The ACCAP board has found and documented some, but certainly not all of the contract violations. I sent in several emails to the board listing other areas of non-compliance in regard to section 16 of the contract that also warranted review because they were obvious violations. Due to the premature attempts to dissolve the board, many of these issues are not on the list they provided in their report to the council, but they are real, and those board members who wish to continue will likely confirm my reading of the contract as well. It was extremely disheartening to learn that an email from the city administrator that confirmed a couple of violations got pulled from the council's packet material and the public record, even though the document was originally included in the Wednesday public release of the council's agenda. At the last meeting, board member Julie Kempenaar asked, how many violations does the council need to end the contract? Well, it shouldn't require a boatload, which we have more of. So I stand here tonight giving a big thank you to Councilman Ellis for doing the right thing, for pushing this contract termination motion forward tonight. DCHS's contract termination is the right thing to do for the city and for the desperate animals who have no voice of their own. Thank you in advance for passing this motion tonight. Doing so helps put an end to the improper treatment that animals have been receiving in Fremont at the hands of DCHS as a result of the ineffective, neglectful, and deceptive acts of the DCH board and its director, Tamar Reed.
Thank you.
My name is Deb Newell. I live at 1045 North William Avenue here in Fremont. I founded Forever Home Inc. in 2016, and it was in response to an issue that happened to me closely in 2014 that, of course, went unresolved or even unapproached by City Council when we tried to get clarification and resolution with it. Here I am, 6 years later, still feeling the same frustration. However, we did end up with a great rescue being born out of all of that. So thank you. I kind of want to reinforce what I was saying earlier, that a lot of the community's frustration with dissolving the community is that was the one avenue that you guys had all allowed the public to be heard with their frustrations and the wrongdoings that had happened to them. Now that you're closing that down, our next, I guess, fear, and I've watched every one of the meetings, I felt a matter of contempt and almost an attitude of the one city attorney that attended most of those meetings working against the committee. So I am very fearful that you guys are now referring this to that same law firm to be acted on. I would like to request, with everything I know, I would like to request that, not tonight necessarily, the city council consider what alternatives they have for sending the animals of Fremont, whether stray or any other situation, in the meantime, somewhere else, and diverting them from DCHS to show us that you're genuinely considering this and keeping on your law firm that you've hired to represent the city with regard to coming up with a solution and continuing this instead of just thinking it's going to go away. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I'll be good. I don't even want to read this. Yes, I didn't know any of these women till just recently. You guys are great.
Would you just state your name?
Oh, I forgot. I thought you guys knew from last time. Sorry. Teresa Zewick, 1929 East 9th Street. I am one of those military families that moved here. My husband is retired military. We came here and I was raised in Fremont back here. But you know what happened to us. I've already told you about what happened to us with the Dodge County Humane Society. So I thought I had no recourse at all. But I started seeing everybody's postings and stuff. So I hang out with a totally different group of people. A lot of our frustrations that we keep within our group, we didn't know anything, who to reach out to, anything. So we haven't had a chance to get our frustrations out because we didn't really know this existed. I went to my first meeting to the advisory board, and I sat there appalled at the way a few of the person that was supposed to be the chairperson, the way she talked to some of the people in the audience, the way she didn't let anybody speak. I sat there and just appalled. You could treat anybody that way. And I saw Julie Kepner. She was so confused by some of the things she was voting on because Shannon was saying things like, well, let's vote on this. And we're giving an answer and a solution. And I thought, oh, I thought they were just supposed to be voting on and talking about this is what they did or whatever. They were all so confused, so they didn't know what they were voting on. And I had issues to bring forth to say, this is what happened. There was a lot more things, serious things. And I'm hearing these petty things, and there's so much more. So for you to not, for at least maybe we can still bring them to the attorneys, that would be great. If it's still open for us to bring to the attorneys, so they could have that, I would be fine with, because I have a lot of friends that don't run with these ladies and stuff, you know, and I know we have a counselor here that's going to, because I am going to put all my money, and I am going to, and my friends that don't run with these ladies, and I am going to put all my resources, and I am going to come after whoever I need to come after. That is not a threat. That is a promise, because I've seen corruption, because I've seen the emails. And you talk about corruption, it may not be with you, but I've seen some corruption in Fremont, and I'm sick. And I'm angry. And I'm out of my house now, and my friends are coming out of their houses now, because we've seen the proof. And it's not going to happen on my watch. It's not going to happen on their watch anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name's Teresa McGrander. I live at 1825 North Keene Avenue. I appreciate Mr. Ellis for bringing this to you guys. You guys need to do the right thing and pull that contract. But I also am afraid of your legal counsel not doing the right thing. I'm also afraid of your city administrator not doing the right thing. That law firm has something to do with DCHS. They had representatives out there with the Betsy case. Who's going to watch your law firm to make sure that they're doing the right thing? Any one of you? Because I don't want it to be slipped through like the DCHF's giving you guys monthly reports. Nobody's got them for years. Is that you're just going to give it to him and trust that he does his job? Because I myself don't trust lawyers themselves. So is somebody going to watch over this? Is somebody going to be accountable for his findings and him doing the right thing? If I can ask you, please vote to pull that contract tonight. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
My name is Jessica Borg. I live at 1835 East 2nd Street. I've been involved with the DCHS issues since 2014. It's how I met Deb. I've had to install cameras at my home because we are scared to death of Tamara Reed coming to our home. And the biggest reason for this is her husband has been in our home several times. I know that family. We have to lock our animals up whenever he comes. Coons, I know your nephews. They don't trust DCHS. They take their animals to forever homes. Example of this, just this past Saturday that happened. I ask you all, terminate the contract. Do what's right.
Rachel Tuff, 323 West 5th Street, Fremont. I just want to reiterate, you guys wanted to go to executive, some of you wanted to go to executive, for voting. We all know, we all see everything with these Three Stooges signs out there in the community. We see, we all can see that you guys are divided with those signs. We all know, and everybody in this room can attest to when you guys vote, we all already know what the vote's going to be. So it doesn't matter where you guys go to vote on this tonight, we're still going to know. But if that makes you feel more comfortable because the public is here, fine, go do it. But we hope that after listening to everybody tonight, that maybe some of you guys, the other 5, will make sure that you follow the lead ones and push all of your things aside instead of going against somebody just because you don't like them on your council. Because Gloria's right. You guys are all coming back up for re-election. And I guarantee you, whichever way you go is going to affect that vote. And it just seems pretty apparent to the public of what's going on here. Stop doing it. Stop. And do what's right for the animals. Because you know what? As we're standing here tonight, we know tomorrow's probably on Zoom. How do we know that those animals that are inside those walls are not going to pay for what's all going on here? How would you guys feel if we can't even trust that when DCHS staff gets in there in the morning that all those dogs won't be dead, because that's how evil the lady is. And you guys are just right along with it. The ones who vote not to pull this contract, you're just as guilty.
Thank you.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Christine Greenfield, I'm at 1256 North Clarkson Street in Fremont. I can't get it off my mind when you said that you received threats, you received this, you received that. So I didn't get to read part of my statement earlier. When I went to go get a receipt for the $600, I was followed to my car from Tamar, yelling all the way from the office to my car. The only report of the video that was taped from the Humane Society's video footage, the surveillance footage, it shows me sitting in my car for a couple seconds and all of a sudden appearing at the front door. But it does show Tamar followed me screaming from the office to my car. She stood at my window. Then she moved to the front of my car. She would not let me leave the parking lot. Then she stepped in front of my car when I tried to leave. All I tried to do was leave. So when you say you got threats, you got things like that, it's not from this side. She is evil. I have never met a more evil person in all my life, and I've been around a lot of people from every walk of life, and I have never met anyone more evil. She is not out for her job. I had my vet records. I had everything I needed. She had no right to keep my dog, let alone kidnap her, keep her on city property, and lie about it.
Any other public comment? Any comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
Am I muted?
No. Yes.
More than one of us have received personal communications, handwritten as well as typed. And the incidents that the common thread is, Fremont deserves better. We're responsible for what's going on. And these stories aren't made up. There are people advocating to create issues. Many of the handwritten letters as well as typed are notarized, so they're factual. I just can't believe this is what we want represented in our city as part of our animal control contract. It's devastating to even think about it. I've had personal bad experiences, and that's why I stayed away from the meetings. I've not interfered with the animal control board. I haven't pushed a personal agenda. But for my own animals, I act accordingly in fear with what's been voiced, because I have seen Tamara in action. I've seen her not act and not respond to calls. It'd be interesting to take a look at those police records and how many times the police had said there's no animal control available because they don't. I've taken Possum Pete and some of his siblings out in the country because animal control refused to respond to wildlife. I've helped neighbors out. I've taken cats in, I've taken dogs in, I've taken them to forever homes, I've taken them into the Cats Angels, I've taken them into Omaha, I've picked up dog food. All of that I've done on my own time and dime as a small effort to volunteer. But I also had that same similar bad experience at DCHS when I came in to look at the animals and look at the facility, because there had been a complaint. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't make any demands. I didn't do anything but walk through the facility. And then I was told I needed to leave because they weren't open yet. And I wasn't aware of that because they had changed their hours. And online, it was still open 10 to 5. They had changed them again, noon to 5. And I was told that Mr. Newton had stated to Mr. Ross, repeated it to Tamara while I stood there, that if I did not leave, they were to call the police immediately and have me arrested. So that's what we're dealing with. That's not appropriate, not for city administration, not for Dodge County Humane Society president of the board. So based on that, that's my personal experience. But with everything that's been brought up by the Animal Control Board and by the citizens here, and repeatedly since I've taken my seat in December of 2016, not a darn thing has changed. Actually, it was better for an interim, and for whatever reason, Ms. Reed stepped in. Kelly left, who was the only vet tech and fully trained to handle animals. And now here we sit. So I do make the motion to approve this resolution to terminate the contract and follow legal proceedings to do so.
Councilman Yerger.
I second Councilmember Jacobus's motion because I believe that it is accurately stated with regards to the options that are afforded to the council and to the city of Fremont under Amendment 1 of the agreement. And so I second the motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-4.
Oh,
Can you show the vote, please?
Show the vote.
Show it.
Really? Take a shot. Wow.
I hope none of your animals are taken by that woman out there.
I hope they are.
You guys don't do anything, good luck with your future. And
I'll be back.
you become
All right,
a
is this
citizen.
appropriate?
You'll become a citizen and your animals.
Mayor, are you going to choose
Let's
to
move
vote?
on.
Mayor, are you going to choose to vote?
Your daughter's probably-
He can, but he can choose not to.
15,
He's supposed to, that's his job.
Councilmember Ellis item. Motion to require the city to prepare and publish a request for proposal for the purpose of soliciting animal control services on behalf of the city of Fremont.
Wish to pull this item.
We need to vote on that, or just, if he said it, so. You want to continue it? I would take a motion to continue. Which, Glenn, that'd be your motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Yerger,
I'll second Councilmember Ellis's motion.
cast your votes. Councilman Mann.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 16. Councilmember, your item, motion to invoke Fremont Municipal Code Section 2108. 18, rule to suspend Section 2108, 14, 15, 16 rules for all agenda items involving citizens animal control contract, Dodge County Humane Society and Citizens Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board. Councilman Yerger.
I'll take this item off the agenda, given the fact that we've discussed the attempt to utilize this rule repeatedly tonight and have been denied.
Item 17. Councilmember Yerger, item motion to acknowledge stated non-participating intent, accept implied resignations from the Animal Control Advisory Board for member Shannon Crawford and Stewart. Councilman Yerger.
I choose not to remove this item. We would like to have discussion among council and members of the public with regards to the fact that when the Citizens Advisory Board took action at their last meeting to self-dissolve themselves, that was out of order. And even though it was acknowledged in an earlier motion passed by this council earlier this evening to dissolve them based on their intended action, that was an inaccurate decision by that board that they could dissolve themselves, excuse me. And so my intention here is to at least acknowledge the intent and to accept the intended and implied resignations of council board members Shanahan, Crossville, Pence, and Stewart. They were the board members that said they did not need to investigate anymore and wanted to end their term as a result. So I would like this council to recognize the fact that that was their intent and their implied resignations are accepted.
Amen.
Yes, we've already made a motion to dissolve the temporary animal board, citizen advisory board. They voted 4-3. It's done. And now we voted to accept it. It's over with. There are 3 people advisory board won't do any good now, any more good. We know there's violations. We already know that. We have that in the report. So this advisory board of 3 people will not do any good.
Any other questions or comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Just a point of clarity for procedure. I introduced this motion. I'm interested in knowing if I have a first right of participation before this goes to public comment. I've always thought that it was peculiar that council members will be limited to 5 minutes on something that they have to introduce and then not be able to address the discussion that's going on in council. And I'm asking, do I get an opportunity to discuss what was just discussed as a member of council rather than the introducer of this item?
Or you can continue, you can discuss, yes.
So in essence, you were the applicant the first time.
Yes.
Okay.
So with regards to Councilmember Wakeman's concerns, this board was formed under procedures 2-112, advisory committees. It was not formed under 2-111, where they can follow those rules for self-dissolution because they thought their tasks were complete or whatever. That's a determination for this council. It's a determination for the board that was active. That board would have likely voted 4-4 had it all been present. And that means that they would have not self-dissolved and they would have not given us the final report. And we would have not been on your motion item number 12 today with the theory that you have that it was 4-3 approved. So let's go. There are 3 members, probably 4, that up until tonight, as far as I know, they want to continue to investigate and get to the bottom of this. And personally, as a council member, I feel as important as this issue is, it's even more important to get all the facts and data that we can possibly collect now. There are so many facts and data yet to be understood and resolved, investigated, because the board was not able to get the data that they asked for 4 months. That's, in the world that I came from, data requests were responded to in 5 days. Even if you use a 30-day rule, we're way over the top in not getting the information that they needed to work with. And to say to those folks that worked so diligently during the 4 months that we had, your services are no longer required, even though there is so much outstanding information that you could fulfill the legal obligation records that council would be looking for to terminate this contract, and filling the record up with more and more facts and data, because this ball's been rolling for some time. And to say that we don't want that, which the next agenda item gets into, I think these 4 folks that wanted to leave are entitled to leave. And that's what this motion is all about. The next motion is one to take up whether those that are interested in continuing get to continue to take it up. This one just solidifies the fact that those that wanted to leave and stop working on this have the opportunity to do so. And I know you attempted to do that in motion 12 to wipe this all off, but I think this is all relevant, and the public needs to hear what would have been the more appropriate procedure for us to use tonight had we been able to have these discussions simultaneously. I've been in the recipient of like items are moved to similar agenda items and discussed simultaneously, and I've been forced into that in the past, where I had an individual item, somebody else forced their items in to be included in mine because they were like items, and that was suggested by legal counsel. Tonight, that didn't happen. Item 12 did not get blended with items 17, 18, and 19 for whatever reason, even though they were like items for discussion. And for that, I'm somewhat aggrieved because I think these would have been the more appropriate actions to take step by step. And we could have discussed it and reached some conclusion with regards to the advisability of all these things. And so my motion is still on the table. I'd like to see these people specifically acknowledged for wanting to leave the board, and so be it. If they do that and we decide to put this board back in place because you don't deal with the next agenda item, I wouldn't want those people serving again because they declined to serve.
Councilmember McLean.
Yeah, I just think that to accept implied resignations is a problem. If we need to, we can continue this item. These people did not resign. They voted at their meeting. So before we imply their resignation, if there's a desire for this committee to continue, then I think we need to go back and get their actual resignations, not accept implied resignations. So, you know, I think they were giving the council what was implied at the meeting on the 25th of August, where we had several council members quite, I think, directly say to get it done. And so that was what they were trying to do. They did exactly what we asked. They gave us a list of violations. There were other violations. So I'm not comfortable voting on accepting implied resignations. If you'd like to continue this, I could possibly consider doing that, but I think this is really kind of splitting hairs on something that we've already discussed.
Any other comments? Councilmember Jacobus.
Thank you. I can appreciate that a vote has already been taken to dissolve that. I would modify this motion not to reaffirm their remaining animal control board, but to allow the members who voted against dissolution to continue their ongoing efforts and furnish all information to the attorney, because they have other reports that they haven't gotten. And I don't know why they didn't get it completed. I can't tell you why in 4 months documents are still missing. That seems ludicrous to me. And push has to come to shove, because this is what's happened. And the past vote to not terminate the contract is actually rather shocking, because according to the report that I read from the Animal Control Advisory Board when they dissolved, they found numerous violations of the contract. There's numerous breaches. So I don't understand. They gave us substantial evidence, and they went through the material that they did have attained, and yet there's still material that hasn't been attained and other material that could be easily entered. But they felt, based on not having to have more than one, but multiple breaches, that they had completed their task. And unfortunately, this last vote didn't feel that. So where does this leave us?
Any other comments from council? Comments from the public?
Hi, my name is Deb Newell. I'm at 1045 North William Avenue. Because of how things fell on the agenda, this may not come at an opportune time. The vote's already been made, but I just more so want to make one last point. I am looking through your guys' website and I see the Airport Advisory Committee, Board of Adjustment, Board of Health, Building Code Advisory and Appeals Board, Business Improvement District, Citizens Advisory Review Committee, and on and on and on through the alphabet. I highly doubt that if you had one other board or committee where half of the members somehow did not get along with or agree with the other half, that you guys would simply just let them vote to dissolve themselves and let the committee go away. This committee had just as much of a service to provide the residents of this town as any of these others did. And unfortunately, with the way you guys voted tonight, I
I'm real fearful that there are not going to be changes. I feel that this issue has deserved all of your full-hearted weight for a really long time. And the fact that you allowed this to dissolve, the fact that you voted against pulling the contract tonight just goes to show that this city government is probably as big of a part of the animal issue problem versus being a symptom. Thank you. Teresa Sewick, 1929 East 9th Street, Fremont. The fact that you guys all voted not to withdraw their contract tells me that they did not complete their job because they said they violated their contract and they gave you the evidence, but you did not say that they gave you the evidence. So that tells me their job is not done. Get their bottoms back in there to finish the job. And if the people do not want to go back in there, I will go back in there. I'm highly qualified. I've sat in many government meetings. I've sat on many government boards, many military things. I've been the mayor. I've been the president of very many military committees. I can do it. I'll do it. Get us who wants to be in there. But you all voted no. So they're not done. They didn't do their job.
The council's not doing their job.
The council didn't do their job. Well, you guys said they're not done because you voted no. I'm done. Proof is in the pudding.
I don't have any written notes, but boy, I tell you, Gloria Yerger, 2318 East Fifth. I just have to say this at this time because that board that night that voted 4-3, there were 24 people in this room. And Sean Shanahan would not let one person speak. And I took the law right up and stood this close to, oh, what's his name? What's his name?
I don't know.
What is it? I'm just so distressed tonight. Brian Newton. And I said, it says right here, the public meeting, the public have comments are allowed. And he looked at me and he says, well, unless the board decides. Yeah. Well, it didn't say that in there. Plus the board didn't decide. Sean Shanahan didn't ask the rest of the board on anything. But Molly Miller sat there and said, oh, nobody can speak. That's the other part of the law firm, but you may not have been there, but some of the things that have gone on these meetings is just, I can't even imagine that it's worked that way. So there was 24 people that night that never got to say one single word. They came, these people have lives. I said to Sean Shanahan when I had 5 items, another meeting, I said, I have items, but you had to have them tell about how Tamar gives these wonderful Christmas parties and they're such a family and it's such a great place to work. That's not what's their job. They spent an hour allowing all of that from Tamar Reed, but wouldn't let me speak when I had 5 items. I went up to her afterwards and I said, why would you not let me speak? She says, I don't have to. That's why you have all these people here. I don't understand how you guys can sit there and listen and not do anything. I can't understand it. It's not only what's happened, it's the things that have happened to the animals, and you just keep sitting there doing nothing.
Go ahead. Joyce Stafford, 1012 North Hancock, and I just have one more thing to say. Like I said, I did ask when my dog was being put down, I did ask to be there. Also with another family member, we were denied that. Like I said, we don't know for sure if our dog is really dead or alive, if it's been sold off to some ring or however it, I don't know nothing. What I'm asking is that this not be ended because I would like closure. I would like to know where my dog really is. And that's all I have to say.
Rachel Tuff, 323 West Fifth. First of all, it did shock us on who was voting, but is Linda like seriously the only one that can follow facts out of all? I mean, other than the three that vote, I mean, come on, how much more do we have to prove to you? Or how many more? How much more do you want? When Mr. Jensen, you yourself just told me outside, well, I believe anything in Julie Kempener, but then you didn't listen to her. What is, come on. Mayor, you could have voted on that. You could have been the tiebreaker. If you don't want to do your job and you already want to check out before November 3rd, fine, give it up to Ellis first. Now, I mean, come on. It's pretty pathetic. Pretty pathetic.
Teresa McGrander at 1825 North Keene. I cannot believe this. I am in shock. Mr. Jensen, you said outside that Mrs. Kempner would never lie, even if you had a gun to her head. Those are your quote unquote words. And you didn't listen to her. You voted not to pull that contract. I cannot see who all, and I apologize to you for getting so upset because I could not see who all voted no because it was pulled so fast. I wanted to read it. And I know, Mr. Legman, I hope you two never, and everybody, including you, never come under the arms of Tamar and the DCHS because you voted to keep them. You voted to put our animals in harm's way. And you guys tell me you care about animals? I'm not seeing it in the way you voted. I am in total dismay and disappointed in all of you that voted no. This could have been the resolve. There are 1,700 members in our group. And this is not going away. We are not going away until you guys, the city council, pull that contract from Tamar. You cannot make her step down because they have their own board. But you can pull that contract, and you know any businessman sitting there, anybody that's involved in a business knows that if $8,000 is pulled from your business, Mr. Getchman, you're a businessman yourself. If I pull an $8,000 contract from you per month, would that hurt your business? You bet it would. You bet it would.
Plus, they wouldn't have the police support.
And they would not have the Fremont PD, which we taxpayers pay. Mr. Elliott told me when I said, if Tamar steps on my property, she's going to have a fight on her hands. Because I don't just step down for nobody, especially when it comes to my animals. They are my family. I still have one of my mom's deceased. My mom has been deceased 11 years. I still have one of her dogs. God have mercy if somebody tries to hurt that dog. And you guys vote to keep that lady and the contract going. Y'all had the proof, y'all had the power, and you abused it. And you neglected us as citizens. You neglected us. There's 1,700 citizens in Fremont alone that are in our organization. And you think we're going away? No, it's just going to get worse. You yourself said, where there's smoke, there's fire. And inside, I am burning, pissed off. Your legal team doesn't do anything. Our mayor is not doing anything. And you guys vote no to help us. Forever Homes has picked up the slack from DCHS. Cats Angels have picked up the slack. And you guys think it's okay because they're rescues and they're free and Fremont don't have to pay them. Keep giving the money to DCHS. That's the answer. That's the answer. Thank you for voting no. You don't represent us at all. But we will be voting.
Wendy Peak, 13563 Margot Street in Omaha. I try and explain what's going on and why I come here to coworkers, to family members, to friends. It makes no sense to them. They're like, why? Why would she do that? Why does the board do that? Why do the attorneys do that? Why are they withholding information? Wouldn't they want to get as much information as they could? Wouldn't they want to be educated? Wouldn't they want to be informed? Pretend you're on the outside looking in. Does any of this make sense on what's going on? There's no reason why $8,000 of taxpayers' money should be going to DCHS every month. There's no reason why people shouldn't be able to walk through the kennels. I've been in rescue since 2013. You don't do things like that. That's not the norm. That is a huge red flag to people in rescue all over the United States. Transparency is huge. And for whatever reason, DCHS has that place buckled down. City Council supports it being buckled down. DCHS board supports it being buckled down. The attorneys, it makes no sense. Try and explain this to somebody on the outside. It makes no sense at all. None. The only thing people come up with is, what's going on behind the scenes? What don't they want uncovered? Who's getting paid? Who's sleeping with who? I mean, from everything. It makes no sense to the general public. And I have no answer for them. I'm just like, yep. You can't make up these stories. People can't make this stuff up. You just can't. You just can't. Something's going on. Something's going on.
Any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Barb Bushy, 2037 East First. I would like to suggest there's nothing we can do about what's happened in the past. There's broken hearts. I volunteered at the Humane Society when Clem was there. It was a totally different program. But what I would like to suggest is what's done is done. Now start doing what should be done. You know, you cannot just stop this investigation. And I understand as a business person, retired, but you can't just pull that. You have to have proof. Mr. Legman knows that we have the proof. That's why I can't understand why you voted the way you did. But perhaps think about it and not let this be final. It absolutely cannot be. We are a laughing stock. And I say we, and that's the whole town of Fremont, because we're all allowing it, or it appears to be. Thank you.
My name is Jody Hespin, and I live in 140 Western Avenue in Rogers. And I've been watching all this stuff on Facebook, but look at Christine's face, who hasn't seen her dog in 350 some days. And you guys still voted no. We won't, I can't even say nothing. I'm just sick.
Any other public comment?
My name is Jessica Borg, 1835 East 2nd Street. I'm appalled at the fact that you guys didn't vote to terminate their contract. I'm a member of Ward 4. Matt, I voted for you because I thought there'd be a young person on this board that could do something, but you didn't do that. I'm here representing my generation who don't want to have anything to do with politics because they don't have the time to. I have to tell my 4-year-old when I leave him at night to come to these meetings, hey, mommy's going there to fight for the dogs and animals. I should be at home with him tonight. He just had surgery last week, but I'm here because I care and I want to make Fremont better the way it is better for when he grows up.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Christine Greenfield, 1256 North Clarkson Street. She mentioned her child few days ago at school, my kid goes to Bergen, and the mention of the Humane Society was discussed and talked about. He started crying. I mean, that is what he thinks of just the mentioning, and I have shielded him and guarded him from anything and everything that I could with our animal. The mention of the Humane Society makes him cry. The mention of our dog makes him cry. He should have never been separated from his dog.
Bring her home. Any other comments? Any comments from council? Councilmember McLean?
Yes, I think I'm going to appeal to Councilmember Yerger to continue these items. I don't think anything is going to happen with this committee in the next 2 weeks. We need time to let our legal counsel see if they can come up with something that would be a satisfactory notice to the Dodge County Humane Society. We can reevaluate this committee, their purpose, their mission. I think to act on these items tonight, it's just, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I don't see where 2 weeks will make a difference. I would really plead with you to let this digest, let everything settle, and let's revisit these in 2 weeks when we know better what our legal staff is or is not going to do for us in terms of putting together a notice of intent to the Dodge County Humane Society. So Brad, I would ask you to consider that.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I would concur with what Councilman McLean said. We've gotten to this point where I don't think there is anybody here on this council that doesn't want anything to be done. There's just some very different ideas on what we can and should do legal, what our next course of action is. But there should be a next course of action. Everybody believes that.
Councilman Ellis?
There was a vote tonight, and the vote was to not do any action. Mr. Councilman Jacobus made the amendment to my resolution to submit to our termination to the Dodge County Humane Society, but do it in a legal way and let the legal department take actions necessary, giving them 60 days notice, and then from there giving them 30 days. But we voted no. So there is no mandate. There's nothing that we as a council have given our attorney the direction to go forward and bring this to an end. It was voted on and it did not pass. We had the opportunity with Council Jacobus's amendment to get the job done, and we chose not to.
Councilman Yerger?
In response to Councilmember McLean's.
It's on.
There you go.
In light of Councilmember McLean's request that I not pursue item 17 with regards to the 4 members that wish to dissolve the board, I guess I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, although they certainly showed me no reason to. But motion on number 17 to require acceptance of the resignations, fine. We can continue that. I don't have any problem doing that. However, if your suggestion is that we also take that similar action on items 18 and 19, which we have not yet gotten to, I am unwilling to do that. So with regards to item 17, if you're making a motion to continue that for 2 weeks, while the rest of the board, hopefully in item 18 continues, I'll agree to that for tonight as a opportunity for compromise. If you want to make that motion, I'll second it.
Councilmember McLean?
I will make that motion.
Councilmember Yerger?
I'll second the motion to continue for 2 weeks.
Cast your votes.
Just freeze over.
Item 18.
Help just freeze over. I got that one.
Councilmember, your item, motion to reaffirm the remaining Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board members, Platt, Holman, Kepner, and Eaton, and their ongoing continued efforts to complete the investigation request and outstanding materials data, as well as the assessment of any and all associated potential animal control contract violations per resolution 2021.
This particular motion I am quite passionate about, especially and even more so because of what I've heard tonight from those of the public that have spent their time tonight for a long meeting to come and express their concerns and the lack of full completion of the investigatory challenge that the board faced. These particular board members in particular were responsible for looking into many of the violations that were going to be of the more egregious and less perfunctory nature. Their work was stymied in large measure by the lack of discovery material that was produced for them. As I said earlier in the meeting, 4 months into discovery, we don't have documents for these people to look at is ridiculous. And so reaffirming these individuals, at least to continue to provide investigatory insight, gather the information that's been requested, and to ensure and make sure that it's compelled in response to their queries so that they can find additional fault if necessary for city legal to work with regards to the termination of the animal control contract. I think it's an imperative that these members be allowed to continue and be reaffirmed in their role as doing so. And so I think this motion needs to pass tonight. There really is no excuse based on what we've heard tonight that they, as a board, are not done. They didn't come close to getting done. And they even tried at their own board meeting to acknowledge that there was more work to get done. They even passed resolutions from that board unanimously, I think, or close to continue to get additional discovery material before they dissolve themselves. That didn't make any sense. And so now we have all of those new requests. We have all of the old requests that have not yet been responded to, that all have the potential of providing additional arsenal to city legal to affirm that this contract has not been adhered to and has been repeatedly violated by Dodge County Humane Society. And to Julie Kempenar's earlier statements, how much is enough? I guess we have to continue to get plenty, and on and on and on it goes. Because I named off several of them this evening earlier, and the list goes on from that as well. And these folks are the ones that are going to provide the facts and data and the real documents based on the information that were requested. If they finally get their hands on the reports that show the intake-outtake reports that we've been getting, that Inspector Hirschenbach said were not correct and didn't tie out. If we find that those reports are in fact fraudulently prepared, will that be enough? It seems like that would be pretty egregious. But the board hasn't had the opportunity to do those findings yet. They were in the process of doing that, and it didn't make the report because they weren't finished. These folks need to be reaffirmed tonight to continue and to not stop. We can't afford to take delays for another 2 minutes or 2 days, 2 months, or whatever. This motion needs to pass tonight.
You know, I've sat by and as this was formed way back in May, this was a council committee. Committee that was chosen by the council. And the mayor had nothing to do with it, period. And he's had nothing to do with it. The challenge I see through this whole process, and it's been stated, Councilmember Jacobus, Councilmember McLean, council, if they form a committee like this, they need to stay out of it. And I think that they're too close to it. And I think that in certain situations, there was an intimidation from the from other members that with council members there, they didn't want to speak. And those are the challenges we have with this type of situation. And I'm just saying that, number one, this committee was chosen by each and every member of this council. And to go back and continue with just 4 isn't every single member of this council. So it's no longer a committee chosen by the council. And I think that needs to get resolved. And it needs to be chosen by the council. Everything that's been said tonight, all of the evidence that's been shared tonight is on the record. The attorney has it. It's on the record. Everything that Brad brought up, his 9 items, it's on the record. Councilman Legman's motion is take that information, give it to legal, get something written. They have a document and they have to respond. And if they don't respond, we can do this in 30 days, what you want done, and start the process. But you have to give due process. It's like any contract. You have to give them an opportunity to rectify. It's never been done. We never sent them a letter saying you need to do this, 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 and this. If that's exactly, if it's our fault, it's our fault. We need to fix it, but we need to start and we need to fix it the right way. And that's by sending the letter, documenting all the issues, and let them either rectify, and if they decide not to rectify, well, then we use it after all that. Even if they have to, at that point in time, if they can't rectify, they can pull it themselves. But we have to give them that opportunity legally. And at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, there's plenty of information here that's been put out. And legal has that information. They can take that information and they can make that happen. Again, council needs to let them do their job.
Are you talking about a possible 44 days in which to be done in that it can delay 2 weeks, and then count last 2 weeks, and then the 30 days?
It'd be 45 to 60 days, I would assume. I mean, we could have done this back in May.
But you didn't.
Because council wanted to form this group, and they did, and we allowed them to do that. And we thought we could do it this way, and we thought that was going to be the right way to do it. Was it the right way? Evidently not. But at the end of the day, that's why. And you've already spoke, sorry.
Not on this item.
We're not there, we're still on the same item. You've already spoke on this
Which
item.
item are we on? We're on
Same one.
On 18, I have not spoke on 18, I got my word.
And we're not a public comment.
Okay, I'll wait till public comment.
So, any other, Councilman Ellis?
Ms. May, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I initially created this council, the Citizens Advisory Board, and I wanted to stay out of it. I did not attend the first meeting. And after viewing it online and seeing that there was pressures and there was manipulation done to this council, that Citizens Advisory, that's when I started to attend, because I saw the influence that was being put on the Citizens Advisory Board the very first meeting. The very first meeting, our legal counsel gave them 45 days to get documents that we had. So right there tells me that there was manipulation being done to that Citizens Advisory Board the very first meeting. That's why I started to attend the second meeting, not saying anything, just observing. But that's why I started attending.
And the only thing I'll say is that again, I'll go back to intimidation, and I'll also go back to the fact that I don't know how any board at the last meeting could sit there and hear the fact that at the beginning, we told them, you can't believe it's taken so long, you need to get it done. And then they said, we have all the documents, we have everything here. Then they come back and they provide that documents and they vote to dissolve, and now you're upset because of it. And you were pushing for it. So, Councilman, you're.
I'd like to address a few of those points that were just made. There was a innuendo that council members attending this meeting of the Animal Control Board was inappropriate. I want to say this. I went to those meetings as a private citizen. I'm entitled to go. I don't give up my rights as a private citizen to attend anything that goes on within this city. I did not say a word at any of those meetings at any time. The only outburst that I recall from any council member that appeared at that meeting happened to occur at the last meeting when there was a point of order raised by a council person because of improper procedure and direction being given by city legal with regards to what they were doing with regards to dissolving. So nobody there, as a council person, intimidated that board. I was there as a private party to observe, and I learned a lot by watching what went on at that meeting, just as council member Ellis said that he learned by watching it via Zoom. I went for the purposes of knowing exactly what was going on and listened to the conversation, and that's all I did. Now, with regards to whether or not, the group should be continued or not, as this motion is about, continuing the investigation is as important as anything we've got going. To abandon that and say, well, just like in the first meeting, we have to wait 45 days before we can get some discovery. Now we have to wait another couple of weeks before these people can continue. We already decided to table item 17 so that those folks technically were not removed for lack of intent or implied resignation. So if they want to continue, I guess in the next 2 weeks, they can show up because they were not technically allowed to self-dissolve. And actions tonight were inappropriate and they were not done with their work. They had just done at that same meeting several requests for additional information, as I indicated earlier. That information has not come. Nobody is investigating that. There were plenty of outstanding data requests that were not compelled. They even had letters from the DCH lawyer says, we'll get around to it sometime, but not anytime soon. And nobody at City Legal compelled and said, that's unacceptable on behalf of our board, give us the data. That should have happened. It should have happened way longer than 45 days or 4 months into the process. Those requests should have been timely responded to and compelled all along the way. And if the board needed help from City Legal, they should have given it voluntarily, not at request. And so if you think the board was not effective, it was largely because of the lack of support that they got. I would have liked to have spoken up at the meetings and said, gee, you can't really do a public comment at the end of the meeting on items that have been adjudicated, because we sure as heck aren't allowed to do that. But I didn't speak, hoping that the lawyers would get it right, but they were the ones advocating that that would be appropriate. And on it goes. And that's why the public was stymied in so many requests. So I think it's imperative that this group continues. If it continues with those members that were all appointed as board of 8, fine, but it shouldn't be not continued till they get all the discovery that they were entitled to get and to finish the information that City Legal is gonna need if they're gonna write some sort of termination request. They need the information that these folks were investigating. And I don't think there's any doubt about that based on the requests that were being asked for. And so to shortchange these people now is just highly inappropriate. And so I move my motion to reaffirm these members that are at least active. And if the other members want to rejoin, so be it. But this needs to get to conclusion until we get all of the document discovery back that these folks originally asked for. And we're far from having that.
The board is, based on item 12, the board is actually dissolved, so we'd have to reset the board. And that's not on either, that's not on either one of the motions 17 or 18.
I'm sorry, but item 18 reaffirms those board members Holman, Platt, Kempinar, and Eaton.
It doesn't
If you want me
reinstate
to, if you want
the
me to take
animal
out the
control
word
board.
remaining, I'll be happy to do it, but those members still exist.
Legal, I'd have to ask. You'd have to reform the board.
That is right. The whole board would have to be recreated. With this item here, if you want to say motion to create a second animal control citizen advisory board, you could do that. But reaffirming the board that's already been dissolved, that wouldn't be proper.
I'm willing to change the language to anything you think is necessary in order to have these folks be able to continue their investigation for the items that are outstanding.
Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I agree with what the mayor has stated, and I still stick on my original comment about we're supposed to be hands-off on this. I have a question for Councilman Ellis, Councilman Yerger. There were several emails sent to the board that were highly detailed, but yet no author to the email was given. This goes against this transparency we keep hearing about. Anonymous emails that went into a lot of detail, but I have no idea why there is no author to them.
You got emails? We didn't get them.
All right. Councilman.
I have a question for both council members, and I would like an answer. Who is the author of these emails? You submitted the data to the public record, and there was no author of those emails.
Produce the email.
What emails are you talking about?
Yeah. Email for setting up the email you're talking about.
It's in the packet.
Let's avoid communications
Yeah.
between the public and not
But that,
avoid communications with direct communications with the public. Just in the council.
but I may still ask my question,
Yeah, the council.
which I have done.
I'm waiting for permission.
Councilman Yerger would be the next up.
I'm lost. I don't know where we are. We're looking for emails or what?
Councilman Ellis?
I want to address the question. Technically, there is no such thing as an anonymous email. Emails attribute or are generated from an email account that can be traced. And so there is no such thing as an anonymous email. So every email that comes through a server is associated with an account, and that account is then showed up and displayed as the person that sent it.
So who is that? Transparency.
Let's stick to agenda item 18.
What email? Jeez.
So
Produce email.
we're at the, we're at public comment, but I think we need to know by legal, what can we really do here? Either form a board with 4.
The best thing to do would be to have an agenda item that creates a new citizens advisory board.
And that's really not what item 18 is.
Correct.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Is there anything wrong with allowing the advisory board members that didn't get the information they requested and weren't comfortable with shutting down the board, not acting as the board themselves, but as a continued committee that lacked the information, follow through and vote to dissolve the advisory board. Because these members were doing separate things and they were on different committees and boards. So those that voted to dissolve obviously felt comfortable. They had obtained the information they sought. Those that voted not to dissolve, and the one not present, did not feel that they attained the records that they sought. And in other words, there's missing documentation yet that they had requested, and for whatever reason, like the council, it was a fractured vote. And push was coming to shove, and one side wasn't going to give in to the other. But there are outstanding documentations and requests that would help you, as our legal, to decide how to go about treating this. You may very well come to a similar conclusion as some of us have, and as the public has, that it is best to dissolve the contract and give them the 30 and 60 day notice. In other words, 30 days, we have 60 days to come to fruition. But there are things that have been stated by Department of Ag that cannot be resolved. So that said, is there anything wrong with those members that did not get the documentation to still act as their own committee, because they subdivided into 2 separate committees, to attain the very records that they sought and were not given?
So as I stated before, the best way to do it would be to create a new board. Now, we can't split up the board members by how they voted. The board voted as one board. Doesn't matter whether it was 7-0, doesn't matter if it was 4-3. The board voted. So the best way, if the council would like another type of citizens advisory board to keep investigating this, they would need to create a new board. But I can tell you that based on the information provided, and there will be a thorough analysis and investigation done on everything that's provided, I don't think a new citizens advisory board would be necessary.
Are you willing to get the rest of the records?
As I said, we are doing a thorough investigation. And if, I don't know what records are being referred to, that council will be advised of all records that we receive regarding the analysis of this contract.
My question was in regards to attaining the remaining records that weren't given to the committee, because the committee as a whole split into 2 separate committees. Even though they came together under one umbrella, they still met separately and then came together. So the one group, I don't know why I'm not showing up. I've got my speaker on and I'm unmuted. So that's Mark and unread yourself.
I'm sorry.
So my question was, are you going to be willing to finish up the requested documents so we can see what they felt was this in order to basically fill in the rest of the missing links?
I'm not sure if agenda item 19 refers to some of those items you're talking about, but I can tell you if the members of the public wish to send information to their council members and those council members wish to forward that on to legal, I'm willing to take a look at whatever the council provides me.
And the members of the public would include any members that were on the advisory board who felt they could give requested information and it was either denied or not taken.
Any members of the city of Green.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coons.
Yes, I have a question for legal. Am I allowed to get an answer? Because I think this is really, really important. We got a gentleman here who's running for mayor. And on his agenda is transparency. I can't get an answer out of him. And I think Brad knows who wrote those emails, and so does Glenn. I would like an answer.
I think that's an issue separate from what's on the agenda tonight. And there's nothing we can do to investigate that at this time.
There's been a lot of questions asked here, and they've been answered. What makes mine different?
As I stated.
It just proves my point on transparency. I call bullshit on this.
Point of
All right,
order
point of order.
and language.
All right. So Councilman Yerger.
Okay. In the effort to compromise once again, I'm looking at Councilmember McLean. You wanted to continue my item 17 and we did. I assume you would like to continue item 18 as well. And maybe giving this group of 4 individuals that have been exhaustingly looking at data and feeling quite frustrated to the point that one member even quit, like in the second week of the board. Maybe giving them a 2-week hiatus as well might not be bad. And I'm willing to do that under the auspices that item 19, which commands the attorney to get all of the remaining documents that this board asked for at its last meeting, and all of the other outstanding documents that have never been produced since day one of this board, are completed and in their hands and usable in the 2-week period that we give them hiatus. And if Councilman Member McLean would be willing for that to occur, I would entertain her endorsement to give these folks named in item 18 a 2-week vacation. While we bring this up on the next agenda item, because item 19 is going to insist that council gets this job done. Are we in agreement? If so, I'll take that motion from you.
That motion would not at all be what item 18 is. Are you just saying, would she agree to?
Would she agree to continue item 18 for 2 weeks? Because city legal is actually going to do item 19.
And I think in the meantime, we're going to have to, I'll get a hold of you and rewrite how 18 should be applied so that the board is established properly.
Well, we can make modifications once it's tabled, but I'm willing to give them the 2 weeks vacation if that's what Councilmember McLean would endorse. My goal was to get the data.
All right, you need to give up the mic, see if she would.
Sorry.
They requested a request, they just haven't provided.
Councilmember McLean.
I'm not, okay, here we go, Brad, Councilmember Yerger. In the spirit of compromise, I think we can continue this item, and I would be in favor of supporting these requests be gathered, not necessarily given to anyone until the next meeting when we have to reformat the language here to reconstitute something. But in the interest of, this committee isn't a committee anymore. So I think we have to give them a hiatus for 2 weeks and figure it out.
Okay.
So I make a motion to continue this item number 18 to reaffirm the remaining Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board members continued up for 2 weeks.
Councilman Yerger.
I accept Councilmember McLean's motion and second it.
Cast your votes. We did.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
It's continued, so we'll come back to public comment on it. Item 19. Councilmember, your item, motion to require city attorney draft the Animal Control Board's request for information and data approved listed on the Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board agenda for September 16, 2020, as well as to compel responses to all outstanding requests from those who have failed to provide timely responses to the earlier Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board's request for information and data, so that all requested information can be evaluated and any associated findings can be appended to earlier board findings and reporting in order to complete the public record. Councilmember, we know what you're going to say, but
Well, I don't think that, I don't think that this motion actually requires any explanation, and I don't think it needs any modification as to language, because it's just compelling the city attorney to get all of the documents that are outstanding. It doesn't say who they're going to give them to or anything else. They're going to be collected, and city legal will have them. And that'll be important when and if we establish a replacement board or other kinds of investigatory needs. My whole point for this is to get those documents. They've been outstanding far too long, and there's nothing in this that ties the receipt of those to the animal control board that we discussed about earlier tonight. So I'm hopeful that we can pass this and get this information as well. And in addition to that, I'd like to ask city attorney to do 2 additional items besides what's listed here from the animal control board that's outstanding. One of those would be to get a copy of the latest animal control, or not animal control, the latest Department of Agriculture inspection report of the Dodge County Humane Society that was commenced by Inspector Hirschenbach. And second, I would like you to apply pressure to receive a copy of the Ombudsman report from the state of Nebraska that's dealing with this whole investigation. It includes the Dodge County Humane Society and the operations and impacts created by representatives of the Department of Agriculture. They've been investigating this for years. Those reports will be useful to our analysis of the contract and what we're doing in this city. And I would ask that you search for those 2 documents and compel that as well. The one is probably close to release. The other one, I see no reason as to why it's not been released, but the public's had difficulty getting it. So maybe city legal can. So, motion with those 2 additional items amended. I'd like to amend to include those 2 additional items and have that approved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn.
We have to take a motion to approve the amended motion. I make that a motion to approve the amended motion.
Okay. I thought
I'll second it.
you said as amended, but yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. So then it's right.
Yep.
Councilmember Jacobus, second.
Yes, second it.
Cast your votes.
My dog is very happy with me.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Jacobus,
I make that motion.
Councilmember Legman,
Second.
cast your votes. Councilman Ellis, thank you.
Motion carries 8-0.
Teresa.
Yeah.